Okay, our Class 1 fine wolves and Class 1 goats are entering the ring. Class 2 for both sides will be the next groups to check in. For the third year, the Texas Lamb Breeders Association is awarding an additional $28,500 to exhibitors who chose to show Texas-born lambs bought from a member of the TLBA. Today, the two highest placing Texas-born lambs with proper validation that do not qualify for the youth auction here will receive $750 each from the Texas Lamb Breeders Association. We will recognize and announce those two lamb exhibitors at the end of each class. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, certainly a pleasure to be here with you this morning in Austin. A beautiful day for a livestock show, and I'm certainly happy to be a part of it. I think a really good class of these lightweights to get us kicked off, and certainly as you would expect, some variation just in type and kind, but I think all in all a good set. We've got a set out here in the center of the ring that I think are really good fundamentally. Good on their feet and legs. They balance up well. They've got some look about them. Muscle's secondary to me, and I know we're judging meat animals and we got to have enough muscle in them, but I think structure and balance and look is so important. It's easy to pack muscle on one, but when you can get one that has muscle, can get out and move and track and still offer you an exciting look, I think that's very valuable. This young man does that to a T for me. He's tall-shouldered. He's good on his feet and legs. I think from his forerib back to his flank just balances up tremendously. And then for me, he has the right kind of muscle. He's big and square and opened up down his top. He's got a big level hip in him. And as I said, he can get out, offer some flexibility and some travel. Very nice one to kick us off. This one that comes in second, probably just a little more intriguing from the side view in terms of where his chest floor sets in him. I really like that one a lot from the profile view. He's probably got just a notch more length of body than he probably needs. And I think that takes away from him just a tad in his ability to stay level enough down his top line. I think you get past that, pretty similar to that when it comes out ahead. Just square, correct, good kind of livestock that's got some leanness and some muscle about him. This one that comes in third, one that handles extremely good. That one's got feet, big feet, a big forearm, probably heavier structure than either of those two that come ahead of him, and possibly just a little taller at the point of his shoulder. I'd like to change that one in his underlying quality. I'd like to change him in his depth of chest and shoulder, but still one that handles good, he tracks good. As I said, very stout in his overall makeup. The one that comes next is obviously the outlier of our top four. That's a big ribbed one that's got a massive top. He's got a big hip in him. I just didn't think he profiled quite as neatly. He didn't offer quite as much extension and look through his front 1/3. So to maybe where we could move him up a spot or two, but still a good goat. It's wide, he's square, plenty of product in that one. The one that comes next, another one that handles extremely good. Probably doesn't balance up quite as neatly down his top line as some of these others. I'd like to change him from his hip back to his tail head, but still square, correct on his feet and legs, lean to the touch, got a big old top in him as well. And then a really muscular one comes here next, and one that doesn't wow you maybe anywhere, but man, he's got the right kind of rib shape and body design. He's got the right kind of power. Just change that one a little bit, make him a little neater to look at from the side view, especially through his chest and shoulder, and then we could possibly move him up today. I think a great class. Lots of good ones had to exit the ring this morning, and we're going to see that throughout the day. The quality is here. Please give all these kids a hand if you would.
Well, I'm sure excited about being in Austin today, and we're starting out with a great class, nothing that I didn't expect when we came down here. The lamb that I'm going to use to win the division, I think that guy is the one that's the power sheep in the whole class. He comes out with a lot of style and balance to him. He opens up really good at his base. When you get behind him and in front of him, that thing's got some expansion to him. And then you get your hands on him. That sheep handles fresh down his top, over his rib. A real nice one to start the division with. I think then when it gets down to the next four, we come into the one that's got the balance and the design for me that most closely follows our class winner, and that's the one we have in second. He may not be the one that's as big as the rest of them in the class, but that one really handles nice down his top. He's athletic in his shape. He's massive out of his rack and out of his loin. A sheep that's really balanced in terms of his chest floor to flank, and that's why I drive him up into the second position. One that's really unique in his handles, the one that we have in third. I sure like him a lot about that. when we get him in there and we get him set and we get him in position, he's one that I can get up toward in that top hole. And where he falls shy of those top two is when we get him into motion, maybe just gets a little more tucked up in his flank for me. I'd like to just soften him up there, make him just a little more balanced in terms of chest floor to flank. If I could just soften him up just there, just a notch, he'd be one that we could move up a lot farther. Just love the touch. I love the muscularity of that one, the upfrontedness of him. Real nice sheep to go in that third position. Where we come into the fourth hole and the fifth hole, we get in there and we just start talking and we split those apart by just design and balance. I think that one that lands in 4, he's the one that's more balanced down his top. He comes out square out of his hip. That sheep handles his back leg and back hock a little better for me, and that's why I fall him into the 4th position today. The sheep that we round off the top 5 with, really explosive down his top. He comes out, he's wide from stifle to stifle. Maybe just like to make that guy just a hair square out of his dock to compete in the top 4. I think an excellent class to start with today. If you would, let's give them a big round of applause and show our appreciation for the young people bringing us a nice class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Texas Goat Breeders Association is an organization of Texas goat breeders who support and recognize Texas youth who buy goats from the Texas Goat Breeders, who are members of TGBA and show these goats at Texas major stock shows. The top youth eligible for premium with TGBA tags will receive $100 when they place in the premium list at Texas major stock shows. TGBA was formally formed in April of 2019 and is open to any breeder of goats in the state of Texas. TGBA would like to thank Rodeo Austin, the Texas Validation Committee, county agents, and ag teachers for support and partnership. The TGBA is committed to providing support to Texas 4-H and FFA goat exhibitors. Results from Class 1 Fine Wools. 10th place, Brooklyn Hendricks, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H. Breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. 9th, Avery Wesley, Swisher County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 8th, Harper White, Johnson City FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 7th, Benjamin Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. That exhibitor will receive the additional $750 from TLBA. And 6th, Kylie Burns, Eastland FFA. Breeder is Struby Livestock. That exhibitor will also receive the additional from TLBA. 5th, Caleb Johnson, Blanco FFA. 4th, Jet Bacchus, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Struby Livestock. 3rd, Kelly Wright, Boys Ranch FFA. Breeder is Struby Livestock. 2nd, Haley Philippi, Lubbock County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood Show Lambs. And our class winner was Rayleigh Zapalak, Wise County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood Show Lambs. Congratulations.
Well, another really nice class as we work on through our lightweight division. And I think a group of goats in this particular class that kind of fit together just a notch easier, in my opinion. I don't know if that extra size and a few pounds does it or what it is, but I think in all, a really nice set. This one that leads off, he hit me pretty hard when he came in the ring. And the more you study that one from the side view, I think you have to really be appreciative of him. But even more impressive is when you step in there and get your hands on him. That thing is big backed. He's got a big forerib in him. His feet and legs hit the ground square. That's an awfully nice one to lead off with. This one that comes in second is kind of like one we had in our first class. He's probably got just a notch more length of body than he really needs, and I think that takes away from his top line view from the side just a notch. Man, that thing's big-chested. He's pulled apart. His feet and legs are out on the corners without going too far, and then he really follows our class winner very closely, in my opinion, just in terms of width and density of muscle, leanness of condition. One that comes in third offers just a little different look than those two ahead of him. He is tall-shouldered, he's long-necked, and he's really straight and correct down his top line. I think the underlying quality in that one's good as well. Feet and legs are out there without going too far, and he offers some flexibility. So when we get our hands on him, he doesn't hook up into his hip quite as big and square as those two ahead of him. He's probably not just as level from his hip back to his tail head as our top two, but still flexible. Good-looking livestock there in third. The one that comes in four is one of the better handling ones of the class. That dude's lean. He's got a big square top in him, just lots of density about him. You study him through his chest floor, through his shoulder. Man, he's just a stout-looking animal. Gets a little iffy on his rear two legs as we compare him to our top three. I'd like to see him go with just a little more flexibility, just a little more squareness at his hock. And the goat that follows him there next in line, I think follows in there pretty closely. Another one that kind of blends together pretty well from the side, probably just a notch bigger footed and heavier bone than some of them. Thought he was just a little flatter right there behind his shoulders, maybe not quite as much width and shape down his top as some ahead. Then a nice one rounds out our top five. Good looking livestock that's tall shouldered, long necked, has some length of body, just gives up some width and some power to those five that stand above him today. Really good class throughout, and as I said before, some nice ones had to exit the ring. But you guys should all be proud. Please give them a hand if you would.
On the goat side, exhibitors will be competing for the Lauren Julig Memorial Showmanship, which awards buckles and jackets. A showmanship buckle is sponsored by the Hawkins and Jennings family. They have been Rodeo Austin volunteers and contributors for over 25 years. Showmanship is being judged throughout the show. The buckle and jackets are given in loving memory of Lauren Julig, whose showing career and life was cut short by tragedy. She was an avid Leander FFA, 4-H participant, and officer. Her love of showing her animals won her state showmanship awards and prospect shows. This was her event, as it depended on her and not her animal. Reserve showmen will receive jackets that are also sponsored by the Hawkins family, Wanda, Fran, and Bruce, and Tom Jennings. We appreciate their support, and we'll award those at the end of the show. Folks, please help us out by not standing on the rails up here around the ring. We need everybody in the stands if they are watching, but please do not stand in front of those stands on the rails.
Well, we get in this division, and it brings us a lot of positives and a lot of different types of sheep. And I would say if you start looking at them, they are a little different in my top 5 as we start to analyze them. The one that I'm going to use to win the division, I think he's the one that's the most complete in my mind. He's the one that's the freshest in his appearance. When you look at him from chest floor to flank, he's fresher in his midline. And when you get your hands on him, that one just makes you excited. When you touch him off of his rack and out of his loin and out of his hip, that sheep's just one that I think's got a lot of good things about him. The one that we have in second, I think, follows him really close in terms of type and design. He's maybe just a notch deeper and a notch coarser through his front end. But in terms of muscularity and shape and the way he comes together, that one handles nice down his top. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He just doesn't have that balanced look as our class winner, but one that's got that muscularity and mass to him. Again, I repeat myself, and we come into the one in third. That one's real similar in terms of muscularity, and it touches. This one might be as thick as any of them in the class. He's very square out of his hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. When I get him out on the move, however, I'd like to just tuck him up in his front end a bit. I think he's the one that has the appearance of being more mature of that top trio, but muscularity and mass, you sure got to like him. The one that we have in fourth, this is the one that just strikes you when we put him into the pose. The young man gets everything out of this guy. He's up-fronted. He's balanced down his top. He's square out of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. Where he disappoints you is when you get your hands on him. That sheep is the one in the top 5 that comes to me with the least amount of muscle, the least amount of spread and base width. But balance, design, just appearance, that is the kind that I like. I just got to get him thicker at the ground and thicker at the down his top, and we could get him a lot further in the class. The one that we round the top 5 off with, again, one that's nice to the touch. He's fresh over his forerib. He just gets a little out of balance in terms of chest floor to flank. Just like to give him a little more athletic look in relationship to those top 3, but a real nice class. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people for bringing us an awfully nice set of fine wolves.
Last call for one exhibitor in the heavyweight finals. That group is about to go in. Appreciate our Class 2 comments on our lamb side from our judge, Mr. Dan Willoughby. Our Class 3 fine wolves are now entering the ring. Folks, when you get ready to load out today, if you can help us out by not getting your trailer until after you load out, if you can try to load all your tack on your vehicle and then go get your trailer, that would expedite things greatly. Class 2 goat results, 10th place, Tatum Kroll, Falls City FFA. Breeder is Gendrich Beam Livestock. 9th, Bonnie Thrasher, Hale County 4-H. 8th, Dryden Talbert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Talbert Show Goats. 7th, Gracie Nixon, Huffman FFA. 6th, Candence Agrillin, Johnson City FFA. 5th, Kinley Chisholm, Lakey FFA. Breeder is TAC 4. 4th, Brooklyn Grimes, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Compadres Cabritos. Third, Kaylee Chumley, Angelina County 4-H. Second, Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. And our class winner was Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. Congratulations.
Another exceptional class, and I think we probably kept a few more in this particular class, and I know that's not ideal for you guys that didn't make the top 6, but it shows the quality and depth of this class. I think some awfully good ones here. You fell in behind an awfully deep group out here, in my opinion. Some differences in type and kind, and a pair here at the top that, man, I wish I could put those two together, because then, man, we got one that's really hard to get around. But I think both of those are extremely high quality. The young man that wins the class, that thing is stout. He's big-footed. He's got a big forearm in him, big-chested, big through his center rib, and I think his center body shape is what kind of propels him above most of these goats out here in our top 6. That thing is round-bodied. He's got big muscles up high. I'd like to blend him just a little smoother from the point of his shoulder into his top line, more like the one that comes there in second. That's an awfully good one. When we get him out here and get him going, either coming or going away from you, that thing hits the ground wide. He's flexible. He's stout. Awfully good one to lead off. This one from the profile view here in second, man, I love him. He's tall-shouldered, he's long-necked, he's flat down his top line. Just a little finer in his bone work as we compare him to our top placing goat here in this class. Not as big-chested, not as round in his shape there through his center body, but man, good touching, lean-made one that's got a big, shapely, square top in him. A lot of value in that one as well. Just back off and look at the young man's goat there in third. I think you got to appreciate lots of things about him. He's a stout one. Yet he still balances good. He's got his chest up in him. His flank line drops down in him like you want one to. That one's wide. He's stout. He's square. You get up over the top of him and compare him to our top two. He's flatter right there behind his shoulder. Just need to pull him apart through his center body to match what he's got up high. He's certainly one you could run up a ways if you could do that. Another one that handles extremely good is the one that comes in 4. That thing has got a really silky, smooth kind of skin to him. He's big shape down his top. It's when we get him out here on the side view, I'd like to change him a little more than the 3 ahead of him, just in terms of his depth from the point of his shoulder to the base of his chest. Whenever we get into him and make him drive, I think it kind of accentuates that just a notch more. Shallow him up front, another one you can do lots of things with in terms of moving him up the line. A little smaller frame one comes there in 5, but really wide and stout. That thing's got creases and muscle all over him. Like to make him in just a little bit bigger package, maybe blend him just a little straighter down his top line. Then the young man that rounds out our top 6. That's a good basic goat that doesn't have a lot of holes. Is he as fancy as some of these ahead of him in spots? Probably not, but just good basic livestock that's wide. He's deep enough where he needs to be, and he's got plenty of width. Again, one of those I think we could change him from the point of his shoulder into his top line just a notch, maybe make him a bit prettier up front, but that's a good one to round out our top 6. If you guys would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all the young people out of this class.
Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please. Results from Class 2 Fine Wools. 10th place, Renee Striegler, McCullough County 4-H, breeder of short club lambs. 9th, Quentin Cox, Fredericksburg FFA, breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. 8th, McKenna McClintock, Ingram FFA, breeder is Mark Tillman. 7th, Emerson Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H, breeder is Struby Livestock. 6th, Kennedy Ray, Tom Green County 4-H, breeder is Struby Livestock. 5th, Carter Morris, Bell County 4-H, breeder is Jackson Show Lambs. 4th, Royce Cook, Runnels County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Matty Joe Souter, Sudan FFA, breeder is Moore Livestock. 2nd was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H, breeder is Long Club Lambs. And our class winner was Wesley Stevens, Schleicher County 4-H, breeder was Stevens Fine Wools. Congratulations. Appreciated our comments from our market goat judge, Mr. Jimmy Davis. Here is the results for Class 3. 10th place was Joseph Gage, Webb County 4-H. Breeder is La Copa Show Goats. 9th was Lily Cattle, Coolidge FFA. 8th, Rayleigh Davis, Scurry Rosser FFA. 7th was J.C. Collins, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 6th was Wyatt Hawes, B County 4-H. Breeder is Rocky Creek Show Goats. 5th, Kimber Allen, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Breeder was Kiefer Livestock. 4th, Sarah Crow, Hawkins FFA. 3rd, Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. Breeder is J&J Livestock. 2nd went to Hannah Duke, Madison County 4-H. Breeder is Techstar Genetics. And our class winner was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. Congratulations. Let's give these GOAT exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, we round off the division of this fine wool division off with a great set of lambs. Guys, you may notice I touch them a little more than some people do, and I really like touch. I like handle. I think it's important to get your hands on them to see how fresh these sheep are and the muscle, the true shape and athleticism that they have. And that's why I take a little more time doing that. I think when we get into this division, the two that exemplify that are the two that I start the class with. That lamb that we're starting with, he is extremely good to the touch down his top. He opens up with a great big square top in him and comes out to a nice hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. Where he edges out the one in second is when we get in front of him and behind him, that guy is opened up in his chest floor. He's opened up at his base. That sheep is just massive all the way through him. And then he gives you a good look when we get him around the ring. I like the way he moves off his feet and legs, design and pattern. He's youthful in his look. He's athletic in his look. A nice one to start the division with. I think the young lady's lamb pushes him real hard in this class in terms of those aspects and those positives. He's up fronted. He's clean up through his forerib. He's massive down his top. He may be just a little more closed in his chest floor, but that one's got a lot of look. He's got a lot of balance to him. I just think an awfully nice pair in this heavy division. The lamb that we have in third, another super patterned one that is just nice on his feet and legs. He's complete. He's balanced in his lines. He comes square out of his hip. A sheep you really appreciate when you put him in motion around the ring, where he falls shy of our pair of winners in this division. Just need to open him up, give him a little more muscle expression and dimension to get him over those top two. But a real nice pattern, real nice design one that's good on his feet and legs. The one that we come in next, and this one's just a little more compact in his skeleton. He's a little more conventional in his size. But when you get your hands on him, that one's expressive down his top. He's clean in terms of his condition. He balances up very nice. Maybe just gets a little deeper, more mature than those top three, but a real nice sheep, a sheep that's got all the right things, good on his feet and legs. Just like to give him a little more youthful look to him to get him in that top trio. When it comes down to my fifth and sixth, that is probably the closest placing that I have in this class. I chose to go ahead with the one that's a little more youthful in his look, a little more balanced in his look. That one handles nice, but the touch goes to the one we have in sixth. That is a sheep that the young lady's got in tremendous shape and condition, and we get him up further in the class because he falls out of balance a little in his hip, but I do want to appreciate the young lady for having that one in awfully good rig today. If you would, let's show them a big round of applause for rounding off our fine wool division.
Well, another really good set to sort through. And again, I feel terrible for these guys that didn't make our top six. But man, and again, a tough class. You guys have got some special ones, and that's why you got to stay in here. I thought just a more complete group out here in the center of our ring. And a lot of people question sometimes when you pull animals on the walk, what you're looking for and why you do that. That one right there that leads the class off is why. That thing is elite livestock from the side view. He's so fluid in motion off both ends. And what's deceiving about that one is he is way wider and way more muscular than you think he would be just by looking at the profile view. Man, that thing's chest is up in him good. He's tall-shouldered, flat down his top line. His chest is good from the side. His body's deep. His flank's deep. Feet and legs are out there. You know, he's got a little hair on his legs, and that's a good thing. But that thing's got big feet. He's got a big forearm. He's dense. He's round-bodied. That's an awfully good one to lead off. One that comes in second hit me extremely hard when he came in, too, and that young lady does a super job of getting that one stuck. Shallow, good body balance from the side. That one's got a good turn to his rib. Feet and legs on him are exceptional as well. When you study him from the point of his shoulder back to his hip, not quite as straight, not quite as correct from there back as the one that leads off. But again, big-bodied, big-muscled, stout one that's still got a good look. This one that comes in third is more of a profiling kind, in my opinion. He's tall-shouldered. He's long-necked. The young lady does a good job of getting that one propped up. Just a little rounder in his shape over his loin. And then when you watch those three in motion, even though he's really flexible and really sound, he needs to base himself just a little wider, especially when he goes away. But again, tall-shouldered, good-looking when it's got some extension. The one that comes next, really pretty from the side view, and that's what gets him up here in our top six. He balances up so good, gives you a really good look. Gives up some width and muscle, and he's got some shape and he's got some squareness working in him, just not as powerful to go along with that good look as those ahead of him. Same thing can be said about the one that comes there in five. Really good looking, tall-shouldered, long-necked, feet and legs are out on the corners where they should be. That one just needs to be wider made from the ground up to move him up. And then one that is a little wider made and stouter in his bone work comes next. I thought he was just a little rougher in the way he put his pieces together down his top line as we compared him to our top 5. Awfully good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
We have our fine wool breed drive in the ring. Class 1, first place was Rayleigh Zapalak, Wise County 4-H. And second place was Haley Philippi, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 2, first place was Wesley Stevens, Schlacker County 4-H. And second place was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. And Class 3, first place was Trevin Houston, Terrell County 4-H. And second place was Quinn Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. Folks, let's give our fine wool exhibitors a big round of applause.
We get in this division and we get the 6 out here, and I'm very happy with what we came out here with this division. These lambs are a little different than some that I get to see in the Midwest, so it takes me just a hair to adjust to them and get out here and look at them. But when I get out here and I get this front lineup in here, guys, these can push a lot of really good sheep, and the 2 that I'm going to use I'm real proud of, and I think that they really bring together what I'm looking for today. The one I'm going to use is one that I think opens up really nice at his base. He comes with a great deal of power down his top. He's fresh in his look. He's good on his feet and legs. And then I think the one that goes into reserve pushes him pretty close. Maybe just got that little bit not as that explosive look to him, but one that is really right in his pattern design, good on his feet and legs. I think we've started off with a great division. If you would, show your appreciation to the young people that are in the ring, the ones that are back in the pens. It's been a great start to the show today.
Our champion fine wool goes to Rayleigh Zapalak, Wise County 4-H, and reserve goes to Trevin Houston, Terrell County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 3 final results. 10th place was Hadley Holtman, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Mark Tillman. 9th, Stephanie Garza, James Madison FFA. 8th, Miles Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder is Palmer Livestock. 7th, Sydney Jones, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Levine Brothers Livestock. 6th, Colby Houston, Terrell County 4-H. Breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. 5th, Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood Show Lambs. 4th, Steel Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Lottie Owen, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 2nd, Quinn Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. And our class winner was Trevin Houston, Terrell County 4-H. Class 4 goat results. 10th place, Carter Sherwitz, Roby FFA. 9th, Bailey Walker, Catula FFA. Breeder is Jade Bowers. 8th, Sydney Curry, Kendall County 4-H. 7th, Gunnar Toch, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 6th, Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 5th, Isabella Weiss, Tilden FFA. Breeder is Jade Bowers. 4th, Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. 3rd, Whitney Christian, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is RC4 Livestock. 2nd was Shelby Joe Walker, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. And our class winner was McKenna Cowley, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Cowley Livestock. Congratulations. Class 1 final crosses are entering the ring. We will need our Class 2 final crosses to check in next.
Well, a good class to wrap up our lightweight division, and a class that's a little more difficult for me. There's a lot of different types and kinds, and I think composition and muscle come into play in this particular class. A few of them in here just a little softer to the touch, maybe not quite as shapely down their tops as others, but all in all, I think a good class. This one that comes on top of the class, I think, is extremely good. That one balances up extremely well from the side view. He's got his chest up in him good. He balances well from his forerib to his flank. Feet and leg soundness is tremendous in that one. And then plenty of shape working in him. But I think his extra look and an extension up front propels him to the top of the class. The one that comes next is one I really like in motion. That thing really holds itself together good. Now, when we get him propped up, maybe not so much, but he's one of those that's just not messed up in a whole lot of spots. He's wide-based, he's got big bones, he's got a big center body, plenty of shape working down him, make him a little bigger scaled and a little more exciting to look at, like our class winner, and that one would certainly be just a notch more fun. The one that comes next in class, pretty similar to our second place goat. Big-footed, big forearmed, big-bodied, needs to be just a little more extended up through his front, just be a little square and more shapely in his muscle pattern there, especially over his loin as we compare him to our top two. One that comes next, same story, different verse. Just a good one from the side view that probably needs to be a little stouter in his muscle, just a little firmer in the way he touches. He's got more on him than some of those ahead of him. And then a nice one rounds out our top five. That's a bigger scaled one. It's really fresh and good in the way he handles. We need to balance him better from his forerib back to his flank. And then another good one rounds out our top six. That's just a good basic kind of a goat that kind of covers the bases without being really messed up. He's not as stout-footed. He's not as big-muscled as some of those ahead. You know, change him in those regards. Certainly one you could move up the line a bit. Good class. Please give them all a hand.
All right, we are ready for our Division I goat drive. First place out of Class 1 was Gage Calhoun of DeLeon FFA. First place out of Class 2 was Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. First place from Class 3 was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. First place from Class 4, McKenna Cowley, Randall County 4-H. And first place from Class 5, Zachary Eichman, Canyon Lake FFA. Second place from Class 1, Abigail Wilson, Deer Park FFA. Second place from Class 2 was Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. Second place from Class 3 was Hannah Duke, Madison County 4-H. Second place from Class 4, Shelby Joe Walker, Nueces County 4-H. And second place from Class 5, Cass Hinojosa, Clayburgh, Kennedy County 4-H. Folks, let's give these Division I exhibitors a big round of applause. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, a really good first division, and I'm pleased with them when we get them back out here. I think a really good set on the front line, and then some second placers that really back them up extremely well. And as you can tell by the way I judge these things, they don't have to be the biggest muscle. They don't have to be the biggest anywhere. I think just quality livestock that are sound and fundamental is what always gets you to the top, and then put as much muscle as you can on a good skeleton. There's a pair of them out here that suit me really well, and they're a little bit different in their look and kind, but at the same time, a lot of similarities. I think when you study these things, one of that pair is just a stouter one. He's bigger footed, he's bigger forearmed, he's bigger muscled. One of them's just really, really neat to look at and got plenty to him as well. So I'll show you which two I prefer. If you guys would, please put your hands together, not just for these 10, but for all the kids so far that have shown today. Awesome set of goats, great set of young people.
Our Division I champion was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. And reserve is McKenna Cowley, Randall County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Class 2 Fine Crosses, which is Class 5 in the book. That'll be the next group to show. They should be checked in. Once again, folks, if you are standing on the rails up in the stands, we ask you to sit down so people sitting in the bleachers can see. Please sit down in the bleachers if you're going to watch the show. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, this is a fun division, and if you didn't notice, I pulled a lot of them out, and I think the quality was very high in this class, and the kids need to be commended for that. The three that we get out at the top of this division are the ones that are the challenging ones for me. Those sheep are three that are very muscular in their kind. They're sheep that are opened up in their heart and at their base. And then it just comes down to where do you lay your preferences in terms of balance and design. I'm going to land on the young lady's sheep. I think this one's the one that balances up down his top the nicest, out of his hip, off of his rear leg. It's whether you want to say, I'm not going to argue with you, say that one gets just a hair deep in his chest floor, but I think he has so much extra to him in terms of just balance, design, good on his feet and legs. He's got that extra shot of length of hip. I like that one a great deal. The one that comes in second, he may be a notch fresher than the one that wins the division. That guy is muscular and nice to the touch. Guys, if you want to know how I want him to touch and how I want him to handle, that guy that's in second, I like him a great deal, and you can take a lot of things of him. He's shapely out of his rack, out of his loin. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He just gets edged out a little bit in just terms of it, not having that extra length and extension to him. He's one that gets a little bolder and rounder in his front shoulder also, but that one has got a tremendous touch to him. He's wide and handles very nice. This guy that we got in third, I don't know how I got him so far down in that line, but I tell you, when you just start looking at him and you start breaking him apart, again, he's similar to the touch of that one in second. He's very nice out of his rack and his loin. He's wide from stifle to stifle. But when I get in front of him, he gets a little more closed up in his chest. He gets a little more closed up when we get him walking away from us and coming to us. I just like to make him a little wider at his base to run with those top two. These two that we've got in fourth and fifth, I think are real similar. Those are good-looking guys. You get them from the side, they're nice in their balance, they're nice in their feet and leg structure, they're nice in their design. Where they fall short for me is they don't have that athletic handle to the touch. They don't have that athletic shape down their top. They're not as wide from stifle to stifle. This one that we put in fourth, I just think that he ties himself together a bit better than the one in fifth when we put him into motion. Pattern design, look from the side, love him a great deal. That sheep just doesn't have that athletic expression and touch to him as those top three. A real good sheep to be in four. We round off the top five with another one. As I said, very similar. This is my closest decision, but when we get him out into motion, that guy wants to just let down so easy, so slightly behind his shoulder, gets a little deeper through his front end. That's why he falls in the 5-hole for me today. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people for an incredible class.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
On the lamb side, the Tommy Dodd Memorial Buyers Group is honored to sponsor the 2026 Rodeo Austin Lamb Showmanship. Showmanship's being evaluated throughout the day. Tommy was a 30-year-plus volunteer at Rodeo Austin that culminated with him serving as Rodeo Austin president in 2006. After his passing, his family decided to start a memorial buyers group to continue the family's support of the youth of Texas through the purchase of livestock projects at various county fairs and Rodeo Austin. The showmanship winner will receive a trophy belt buckle sponsored by Creative Awards of Fredericksburg, and additionally, they will receive $1,000 for use of furthering their education post-graduation. We appreciate their support of Rodeo Austin and the Market Lamb Show.
Well, a good class as we get into our second division, and a tough class. Lots of good ones out here. Lots of good ones had to exit the ring. Just a good complete set all the way through. I thought our top six were really nice in their own particular areas. I think the one that's just the most complete, the most fault-free is the young ladies class winner. That one balances up so well from the side. His chest is tucked up. He blends from the point of his shoulder into his top line extremely smoothly. Underline quality's good. Feet and legs are perfect on that one. But, man, when you get your hands on him, he blows them away. When you run your hand through that loin, he's just bigger, wider, square. He hooks up smoother into his hip than these that stand below him. An awfully good one there, in my opinion. The one that comes second, certainly no slouch. Man, that thing is good looking from the side view. He's tall-shouldered. He's long-necked. Another one that when you really like him, I think, when you get him out and get him in motion. He's just so dense and so lean, yet still balances up well. Thought he was just a little rounder in his edges, maybe not quite as good from his hip back to his tail head as our class winner, but that's an awfully close and interesting pair. The one that comes here in third, he moved up quite a ways. I don't think I picked him real early on, but that's a good one when you just back off and look at him from the side view. Again, one that's got his chest tucked in him. He balances so well. Gives up a little bit of shape down his top to our top two. I don't think he's quite as fresh in his condition, nor is he as edgy. They're right there in his loin. Change him in that regard and maybe base that one just a little wider as he goes away, and it makes that top three just a little more competitive. One I liked initially is the one that comes here in four, and he's tall-fronted. He's extended. He's got some feet underneath him. He's got some forearm shape. We got him out there in our final four. I thought he was the one that was just a little piece here looking from the side view. Need to pick that one's tail head up and just make him leveler from shoulder all the way back. The goat that comes there next is leveler from his hip back, and I like that about him. I don't think his underlying quality is nearly as interesting as the one that comes out right ahead of him. Good muscle shape, good freshness. That one could be a little bit stouter and just a little bit wider based as he gets out and goes. The one that comes next has those pieces that our fifth place one is missing. He's a little stouter, he's a little wider as he gets out and goes, but at the same time, he's a little softer in his top line, carrying just a bit more condition and not quite as much shape up high as the ones that come out ahead of him. Good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
Class 4 final cross results. 10th place, Marin Morris, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Struby Livestock. 9th, Holden White, Johnson City FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 8th, Nora Paccio, Midlothian FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 7th, Paisley Book, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 6th, Braxton Holscher, Highland FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 5th, Wyatt Renfro, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H. Breeder is Thomas Livestock. 4th, Avery Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 3rd, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 2nd, Everett Valentine, Borden FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. And our class winner was Jacqueline Ray, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. Our 6th place exhibitor, Braxton Holscher, and our 5th place exhibitor, Wyatt Renfro, will also receive the extra $750 from TLBA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 7 goats is in the ring. Class 8 will be the next group to check in. Class 5 final crosses is in the ring. Class 6 will be the next group to check in on the lamb side. Class 6 goat results. 10th place was Sarah Laza, Decatur FFA. Breeder is Bryson Show Goats. 9th, Hadley Cool, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder is 3 Bar D Livestock. 8th, Caitlin Young. Last winner was congratulations.
Adam. Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 7 results on the goat side. 10th place, Clara Bitros, Grayson County 4-H. 9th, Knox Burns, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Breeder is Jade Bowers. 8th, Julie Jones, Live Out County 4-H. Breeder is JB Goats. 7th, Jace Wysoon, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is 3R Ranch. 6th, Pierce Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. 5th, Lillian Mask, Grayskin County 4-H. Breeder is Allen Ranch. 4th, Wendy Drews, Georgetown FFA. 3rd, Scotland Bickle, Hale County 4-H. 2nd, Isabella Cowlick, Falls City FFA. Breeder is Stork Livestock. And our class winner was Kashner Arnold, Waller County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, if you have a red Dodge in the silver lot with a Cimarron cage in the back, license plate SZP 3494, we need you to come to the show ring immediately. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 5 lamb results. 10th place, Addison DeMarco, Dripping Springs FFA. 9th, Cassidy Everett, Howard County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 8th, Mallory Label, Corsicana FFA. 7th, Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 6th, Kaylin Croxdale, Waxahachie FFA, breeder was Smithwick Club Lambs. This exhibitor will receive the 750 from TLBA. 5th, Macy Wunderlich, Comal County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. This exhibitor will also receive the 750 from Lamb Breeders. 4th, Hadley Fuller, Wolf City FFA, breeder is Newsom Livestock. 3rd, Caden Pruitt, Abbott FFA, breeder is Stokes Livestock. 2nd, Emerson Garner, Fannin County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. And first place was Reagan Eade, Kinney County 4-H, breeder is Struby Livestock. Congratulations. Again, we will need Class 9 goats checking in. We'll also need our first and second place final crosses from Class 4 and 5, followed by our Class 7 South Downs, first classes of South Downs. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please.
Well, another good class as we're working through this middleweight division, and not a class that I picked pulled very many there on the walk-in, and I was just being a little too critical because we get them out here and we get them lined up. I think lots and lots of good sheep. You guys over here, man, tough class. I hate to have to do that to you, but at least you got to hang around in here and show for a little bit, and that's always fun. Top end kind of goats over here on this side of the show ring, and I think the one that leads us off, his biggest advantages is when she gets him propped up like she's got him right now, and when we put that thing in motion. His chest floor stays up in him better, his top line stays better, his underline stays better, and then you back it up with all that width through his chest, through his center body, down his back. I thought that was the easy winner, in my opinion. And when it comes in second, I like lots of things about him too. He handles really good. He's fresh and firm to the touch. He's got a big square edge in him. Study his feet and legs in relation to our class winner. He's just a little straighter in his hock. He's a little more rigid up front when we get him in motion. Still a goat that's got lots and lots of value to him. This one that comes in third, young lady probably wants to take him out back and choke him a little bit because he hasn't cooperated for her. But once she gets him propped up and gets him showing, that's one I think you can see a lot of value in. He's big-footed, he's stout, he's got a big loin in him. I don't think he blends together quite as good coming from the point of his shoulder into his top line as maybe our top two. Maybe we could change him a little bit from his hip back. Still one that's got some center body turn. He's got some mass up high. He's got big feet underneath him. That one's got some value as well. This one that comes in four is one I picked, I think, pretty early on to pull over, and that's a nice one from a handle standpoint. Skin quality's good. His freshness is good. He's got good muscle shape. We'll get him out here. He's just not as stout as those ahead of him. He's a little bit frailer in his bone size and footwork. He's just a little bit tighter in his body from the side view. Still one that's got a good touch, a good handle about him. This one that comes next is kind of the opposite of our fourth place. He's probably got a little more body and a little more depth than he needs, especially up through his front, but he does have big paws underneath him. He's got some muscle. That one's just a little bit softer in the way he handles as we compare him to some above. And then a nice goat comes here next. It's really dense in terms of his muscle. Need to smooth that one up just a little bit in his transitions down his top. I thought he was just a little rougher in the way he hooked from his loin into his hip. Maybe not quite as wide as he goes away from you as some of those ahead. An awfully good class. Please give him a hand.
Class 8 GOAT results. 10th place, Lillian Timmons, Gatesville FFA. 9th, Riley Valenkamp, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Sanders Show Goats. 8th, Noah Silva, Southside FFA. 7th, Rayleigh Holscher, Bell County 4-H. 6th, Samuel Williams, Huckabee FFA. Breeder is Williams Livestock. Fifth, Keithlyn Wink, Garza County 4-H. Breeder is Hoffman Livestock. Fourth, Logan Rust, Kendall County 4-H. Third, Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder is Hoffman Livestock. Second, Addison Scott, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder is Schrank Show Goats. And our class winner was Fallon Hedfeld, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. Thank you, goat exhibitors.
Well, we were trying to take a break there. I was really, I was holding things up. We get into this class, we've got a tremendous set of 5, and we come out, and they bring us a few differences here in this division, this big division, and we come out, and I think we've got a unique one up here at the top of the class. That one is, in terms of balance and design, he hits me when he comes into the ring and just stays with me the whole time. That one's youthful up through his front end. He ties his neck up high into his shoulder, lays nice into his blade. Again, one that's youthful through his chest floor, and he comes out and balances so nice down his top, out of his hip, and he's got that extra shot of muscularity to him. Just a real nice place for me to go to win this division. It gets a little more challenging as we get into the next 4. I think all of them bring their positives, and they all bring a lot of good things to the ring. The one that I'm going to use is the one that we grabbed, and we moved her quite a bit up the way, is the one we have in second. That one is the second most athletic in his look when we get him to the class winner. When we get that one planted, I love the silhouette of him. I love how he balances from chest floor to flank and comes out of his hip as we have him set still. When we get him into motion, that guy wants to give me a little bit of a look to where he wants to lose a little of the strength at top as we move him around the ring. Maybe doesn't blend together down his top as nice as what our class winner does, or even our 3rd, 4th, and 5th lamb. But that one has that extra shot of muscle, that extra shot of youth. I got to get him into the second hole because of those positives. We come into another next 2 of them that are just really, basically, they're just solid in their balance and design. Those sheep handle nice down their top. They're right in terms of their condition at this stage of the game. I'm going to use the one that I think's just a little trimmer through his front end, more youthful through his front end, for the 3rd place. He comes into a great big hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He's got that extra shot of bone. I like that one a great deal to be in that 3rd position. Again, the one in 4th, I think, pushes that one in 3rd real hard. I love the youthfulness of this guy. I love the design that he has, how balanced he is down his top, out of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. Maybe just a notch deeper than the one that's in 3rd, but one that's really pushing that 3rd place one real hard. One that we've got in 5th is one that the young man does a tremendous job with him. That one's got some flaws to him, and the young man takes it out of him when he gets him out here and shows him. That one's starting to get a little mature through his front end. When you get at the apex of his shoulder down to the point of his shoulder, just gets a little deeper for me. He gets a little drier at his flank. But again, this young man gets him pushed up there. He handles great to the touch. Just got to make that more youthful in his look. Again, let's show the young people for a great appreciation for a great class and finishing off our fine wool cross division.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Well, a heck of a class here to getting closer to the last class in this division. This was a deep one. Lots of quality out here, and I've said this before today. I hate to do this to you guys because I know how hard you work to get here. A tough class, and I think you fell right in there where you needed to, but keep working hard, and things will certainly go your way in the future. Man, 6th through 2nd, I had to really think about and scratch my head because I love things about each one of them. This one that wins the class, he made it pretty easy for me, and that one when he comes in, not because of his cool color. That is pretty cool, but that's got nothing to do with it. He could be purple. He's still my favorite. That one is just so elite to look at in motion and from the side. He's tall-shouldered. He blends together extremely good down his top line. If you want to get picky on that one, you could change his underline a hair, but I think that's being awful particular about one that's wide, square, stout, very dense in the way he handles, very fresh to the touch. That's an awfully good class winner. This one that comes in second is the one I thought fit him the most or the best from the side view, just in terms of being better in his top line and some of these behind him, a little tidier and neater through his chest and through his shoulder, and then he handles with some freshness and some squareness of top. He's not nearly as big from his hip back or his tail down as the one that leads off, probably not as big in his foot size, but that's an awfully good one there to be second. 3rd and 4th I thought were really close, and those things prop up and look the part from the side. They balance up well in their underline. They got gobs of muscle in them. Both those things are just a little bit opened up in their shoulder. They're not as neat at the point of their shoulder where they don't blend quite as good into their forerib and into their back shape as the two ahead. I thought this one in 3rd had the advantage of just being a little more powerful in its muscle pattern, and the young man's good one there. It comes in 4th, but both those extremely good animals. The goat that comes there in 5th, that's a good one as well. He's good on his feet and legs. He's tall-shouldered. He's long-necked. Maybe we could blend him just a little differently in his top line, but comparing him to our top 4, just a little bit softer in the way he touches, but again, an awfully good one. Nice one rounds out our top 6 here. He's a big-footed one that's got some forearm shape. He's got some muscle to him. Another one, I'd just like to blend him a little bit differently from his shoulders into his top line, but again, awfully deep out here in quality. Good ones along the rail, and some nice ones went out of the ring. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Okay, we're missing a few goats. Tag 673023, 681216, and 672793. Your group's about to go in. On the lamb side, we have our fine wool cross drive going. From Class 4, first place was Jacqueline Ray, Fredericksburg FFA. Second place was Everett Valentine, Borden FFA. From Class 5, first place was Reagan Eade, Kinney County 4-H. And second place was Emerson Garner, Fannin County 4-H. And from Class 6, first place was Carter Lou Allen, Palmer County 4-H. And second place was Charlotte Leach, Galveston County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our fine wool cross exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 9 results on the goats. 10th place was Brendan Kennedy, Leon County 4-H. 9th was Kaylee Peters, Klein FFA. 8th, Sadie Herman, Washington County 4-H. 7th, Miles Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H, breeder is Hoffman Livestock. 6th, Riley Barlow, Lavernia FFA, breeder is Evans Livestock. 5th, Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H, breeder Highview Ranch. 4th, Aiden Dela Cruz, Santa Gertrudis FFA, breeder is Lacopa Showgoats. 3rd, Caden Pacina, Ward County 4-H. 2nd, Georgia Hillock, Navarro County 4-H. And our class winner, Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA, breeder is Blue Team Weathers.
We get in this division and just very excited about the 6 that come out here. I'm real satisfied with the 3 we have on this side, and then we get the 3 on the other side. They push them pretty hard, and I really appreciate that. I think the depth of classes were really good. These 3 are I think, pretty unique as we get into the show season for you guys. We're getting a little later in the show season, but these guys bring a lot of freshness to us and sheep that are really nice to the touch. And when it comes down to it and I get out here, I think there's one that just throws everything together to me in the basket. He's really complete in his design. He's up-fronted. He's nice and he's balanced. He's good on his feet and legs. And then yet he comes out and he brings you some power and some width, and that gets pretty exciting for me. When it comes down to our reserve, I think it gets a little tighter for me. The one that I'm going to use, I think he follows in terms of the muscularity and the mass and the handle and freshness. I think a great set of fine wool crosses. If you would, let's please give him a big round of applause, and I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Our champion fine wool cross goes to Reagan Eade, Kinney County 4-H. And reserve goes to Jacqueline Ray, Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 6 results on the lamb side. 10th place, Jake DeLeon, Crawford FFA. 9th, Luke Betzworth, Canyon New Braunfels FFA, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. 8th, Emerson Grown, Keller CTE FFA, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 7th, Sterling Souter, Sudan FFA, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs. That will receive the TLBA 750. 6th, Zane Shadrock, Medina Valley FFA. 5th, Reiner Go, Spring Lake FFA. Breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. That exhibitor will also receive the TLBA 750. 4th, Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder is Travis and Danny Sprayberry. 3rd, Bodie Altum, Springtown FFA. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 2nd, Charlotte Leach, Galveston County 4-H. And first place was Carter Lou Allen, Palmer County 4-H. Congratulations.
Well, a good way to wrap up our middleweight division. And again, lots of quality over here, guys. Sorry where you had to end up today. Just one guy's opinion, but you guys keep working at it, keep trying. Awfully good class out here to sort through. This one, it leads off. He's one that at times I think is certainly acceptable in the way he looks from the side view, and then at times I'd like to change him just a notch. But his biggest advantage is just the way he gets out and moves and flexes and keeps himself together. Coupled with the amount of width and shape and muscle he's got down his top. Yeah, we could make him a little different through his chest floor and through his shoulder to make him more ideal, but I think that's a very valuable one that's sound. He's functional. He's got a good enough look to go with all the power he's got. The one that comes in second is the flashy one, and that's the one that looks a little more sheep-like from the side, tall-shouldered, shallow-chested, straight down his top. I just like to stouten him up a little bit. He's not quite as stout in his overall look. He's not quite as big in his forerib, nor does he have quite as much shape down his top. But I think he just blends together and puts his pieces together better than some of these goats that stand below him, and that's what brings him up near the top. These two that come next are two of the denser made ones when you talk about just big shape in their rack and big shape in their loin. Both those guys a little bit straighter from their hip to hock to ground, especially when we get them out in motion. And even though that fourth place one props up and looks awfully good from the side view, when we get both of those third and fourth place ones out on the walk, they want to drop their shoulder and drop their chest just a little bit. That's what puts them where they land. Young lady there in five's got a really neat looking one. It just needs to be more powerful. That one balances up good. He's got a good front end assembly. She's done a great job of showing him. Just like to stouten him up and put a little more shape in him. The one that comes next is a little shapelier and a little wider down his top than that fifth place goat. He needs to be changed a little more on his feet and legs. He's just a little more refined in his bone. He's a little softer in his pastern. Wants to roll his hocks just a notch when you step in behind him. Awfully good class. Please give him a hand.
We are about to start the Division II drive. If you have a first or second place from classes 6 through 9, you need to be over here for the Division II drive. Okay, we are ready for our Division II drive. Class 6, first place was Isabella Schroeder, Tom Bean, FFA. From Class 7, first place was Kashner Arnold, Waller County 4-H. From Class 8, first place was Fallon Hedfelt, Nueces County 4-H. From Class 9, first place was Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. From Class 10, first place was Aubrey LeClaire, Central FFA. From Class 6, second place was Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. From Class 7, second place was Isabella Cowlick, Falls City FFA. From Class 8, second place was Addison Scott, Kendall County 4-H. From Class 9, second place was Georgia Hillock, Navarro County 4-H. And from Class 10, second place was Gunnar Krieg, Wilbarger County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these Division II exhibitors a big round of applause. We know there is trouble hearing in the barn. Please turn off the stereo systems where hopefully people can hear better. Class 10 results, 10th place, Brewer Birch, Stephenville FFA, Breeders J&J Livestock. 9th, Ella Sufall, Freestone County 4-H, Breeders Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 8th, Kinsley Howard, Holiday FFA, Breeder S&K Livestock. 7th, Abigail Vogler, Caldwell FFA. 6th, Aaron Rivera, Cahoma FFA, Breeder Akins Livestock. 5th, Ava Ruiz, Three Rivers FFA, Breeders Schrank Show Goats. 4th, Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H, Breeders Evans Livestock. 3rd, Grady Calhoun, DeLeon FFA, Breeders Keese Livestock. 2nd, Gunnar Krieg, Wilbarger County 4-H, Breeders Hutto Livestock. And our class winner, Aubrey LeClaire, Central FFA. Congratulations.
Well, an awfully good division to be able to sort through, and just like we talked about in that first division, I'm going to put structure and soundness and look first, because I think, honestly, when you judge any livestock show nowadays, almost all of them have enough shape, enough power. We got to concentrate on the other things, and that's one thing I'll mention now. I was going to save this for the end, but you guys that are putting these goats together have made such a big stride in just getting them sounder and more flexible and more correct on their feet and legs. And I think when you look at this group, they all exemplify that. I guess the next step after you get them built right and moving like you want them to is to put as much on them as you can without hindering their structural makeup. And there's a couple of them out here that do well. There's more than a couple, but there's several that do that extremely well. There's two of them that just hit me a little harder in their particular classes, and then I think when we get them back out here and just compare them to the other goats in the lineup, they still do. I'll go show you which two I prefer. If you guys would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all the young people out of this division.
Our Division II champion is Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. And reserve is Aubrey LeClaire, Central FFA. Congratulations to these goat exhibitors. Again, the goat side will now be taking a 30-minute lunch break. They will start back up with Class 11 goats after the break.
We get in this first division of South Downs, and I think a real nice set of 5, 6, or 7, or 8 as far as you want to go down here in terms of quality. I think a great class. The one that I'm going to use to win the division, I think he's the more up-fronted one of the bunch. I think he's the most youthful in his look. That sheep handles tremendous down his top and out of his hip. Where he wins the division for me, I feel like he's just a bit fresher through his front 1/3 of his body for me. A sheep that's just tucked up a bit more in his chest. I like that one, though, just the look and the freshness that he gives us today. The one that we have in second, that guy pushes our class winner pretty hard in terms of skeleton and the way he's made, the way that sheep's made on his feet and legs. He's maybe not as fresh to the touch for me as when we get our hands on him. He gets just a little more mature through his skull and his front end and shoulder for me. Maybe a sheep that's not as athletic out of his hip as what our class winner is, but a sheep that's really good in his design, his pattern, like a lot of good things about him. The one that we have in third, that sheep is one that's been hits me in a lot of ways, and then he hits me wrong in a lot of ways. We brought him into the ring, and we let him get all the way down here to the end of the ring. I'd like to see that guy a little longer strided and get out there and go for me a little more. He gets a little rounder, more constricted, but when you get your hands on him, that guy brings a lot of product to the table. He's expressive down his top. He's explosive out of his rack. He comes into a big hip and big from stifle to stifle. A sheep that just like to stretch him on his skeleton a bit, and we could get him up there to push those two at the top of the class. The next two that we have in line, those two are the two that come with the next amount of muscle expression and dimension and just freshness of touch, and that's why we put them in the 4th and 5th hole. Those sheep handle nice down their top. It's square, and where we get into that split on that 4th and 5th is this one that we have in 4th, just a bit better out of his hip. He's pulled up there square at his dock. He lands off of his hind hock a bit better for me. If I could change him, maybe just like to tuck him up in his chest floor just a bit, but a sheep that's got a world of power to him, a world of product to him. And then we come and we round off the top 5 with a lamb that's very similar to him in terms of mass and width and expression, and a sheep that's fresh to the touch. We get down to these next two, and we've got one that's great in terms of his pattern and design, but when you get your hands on him, he disappoints you a bit. He doesn't have that expression of muscle coming out of his rack and his loin. A sheep, though, you do love the pattern and design. And then on the other side of the table, we bring this young man sheep that's really explosive out of his rack and his loin, but that one gets out of balance in terms of chest floor to flank. A great set of sheep for our first class of South Downs. Let's give them a big round of applause and show our appreciation to the young people.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Class 7 results. 10th place, Aubrey Sexton, Water Valley FFA. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 9th, Raiden Maldonado, Midland County 4-H. Breeder is Ashley Club Lambs. 8th, Hadley Cool, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 7th, Heston Hohenberger, Blanco County 4-H. Breeder is West South Downs. They will receive the 750 from TLBA. 6th, Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. They will also receive the 750 from TLBA. 5th, Charlie Williams, McCullough County 4-H. 4th, Aubrey Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. Breeder is Dan Vestal. 3rd, Colby Allison, Coryell County 4-H. Breeder is Harbor Livestock. 2nd, Haven Creel, Young County 4-H. Breeder is Fritz South Downs. And first place was Madison Taylor, Mansfield FFA. Breeder is Moore Livestock. Congratulations.
Well, I tell you, you come into this division, and I think we've got so many good showmen in here. They really challenge me because they get these lambs presented very, very good in what I would say a great manner. They do a tremendous job. I think there's lots of quality in this top 5. So I could go a lot of different ways. I'm going to explain to you why I did what I did. And I think it gets just down to the basics of fundamentals of structural correctness, youthfulness, and just muscularity and mass. This one we're going to use to win the division. I think he's the most youthful through his front end. That one is the shallowest from his chest floor to the apex of his shoulder. You get out into him, he's fresh down his top, he's athletic in his look. What I really like about that guy is when we get him out into motion, he's tall-fronted, and he gives me an athletic look in the upper part of his hip to where he's got that natural shape to him as he goes and away from me and around the ring, and that's where he wins the division for me. I think it's real close with that second-place sheep because I think they're a lot the same in their terms of their maturity, the way they're constructed through their front end, and the athleticism that they have coming out of their hip when we move them around the ring and the structural correctness that they have. Those two are youthful. I think they're a good pair to get to the top of the class. The one that we have in third, this is the one that gives me a little anxiety as we get out here and we start to analyze them and study them. That young lady gets that one put together so well. She's just a professional when she comes out here into the ring and gets him presented, has him looking good at all times. Where I start to analyze him is when we get him into motion and we start to study him. That one just gets a little deeper through his chest floor. It just seems as if maybe we've held on to him just a little longer than what we'd like to. He doesn't have that athletic, natural shape to him as what those top two in the class do, and that's why I land him in that third position. That is one excellent sheep. I really, really like him a great deal. The one that we have in fourth, another one. That one is robust in his body. He's good through his forerib, and he comes out with a big explosive rack and top in him, big hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He just gets a little plainer in his design for me. Maybe just isn't as attractive through the front 1/3 of his body as those three above him, but a lot of people could land right there on that one in terms of muscularity and mass. That's an awfully nice sheep, young lady. The one that we round the top 5 off with, another real good pattern one. If you want to just come in and you want to sort them on side view profile, we can get that guy up at the top of the class. He's tall-fronted, ties his neck up high into his shoulder, into a good blade, comes out into a real square hip, good on his feet and legs. She brought us an awful nice one. Got a lot of nice sheep as we go down the row. If you would, show your appreciation to the young people for bringing us an excellent class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Class 8 results on the lamb side. 10th place, Knox Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Paget Club Lambs. 9th, Kenna Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. Breeder is Ashley Club Lambs. 8th, Claire Paulson, Bridgeland FFA. 7th, Maddie Whitley, Falls County 4-H. 6th, Kellen Hart, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Ashley Club Lambs. She will receive the 750 from TLBA. 5th, Peyton McAshlin, Friendswood FFA. Breeder is Sissa Farms. Peyton will receive a 750 from TLBA. 4th, Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. 3rd, Addison Irwin, Lubbock Cooper Liberty FFA. Breeder is Fritz South Downs. 2nd, Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. Breeder is West South Downs. And first place was Collins Clem, New Home FFA. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 11 goats are in the ring. Class 12 will be the next group to check in on the goat side. Folks, let's give these GOAT exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please. The first two classes of South Downs, which is classes 7 and 8 in the book, the first and second place need to check in.
We get in this heavy division, and then we bring a great set of heavyweight downs to the ring, and I really appreciate the set we have up here at the top. The lamb that I'm going to land on in this division, I think that's the combination guy in the class. He comes out with a lot of balance and design. He's good on his feet and legs. Those two sheep in that top trio actually handled tremendous in terms of shape and dimension. Where he shines above those next two is just he's balanced down his top, the squareness out of his hip, the way he hits his back leg in terms of the flex and ease off of his hock. I like that one a great deal to win the class. I think the one in second pushes him a great deal in terms of the body shape and curvature of his body, the leanness and trimness that he has over his rib, and a sheep that comes out really nice out of his hip and off of his hind leg. Just a sheep you just like to lift him up just a notch more at his dock in relationship to that one that wins the division, but one that pushes him real tight. One that we have in third is explosive. That one is as big racked and as big top of a sheep that I've touched today. He opens up out of his rack and his loin and shape and comes out into a big explosive stifle. He's wide at his base. He opens up in his chest floor. A sheep that you just get a couple things on him that get him tweaked in this class. He gets a little deeper and rounder up through his front end. That sheep hits too soft off of his back pastern for me, and he just comes with a little more maturity than what the top two in the division do. But power, mass, and dimension, he sure has it. The next two sheep are sheep that we really like the pattern and design of those. I like how this one balances up down his top. It comes out of a big square hip. He just wants to get a little deeper through his front end. Doesn't handle with the curvature of body and stoutness and dimension. A muscle is what those top trio do, but a real nice sheep. We get into fifth and sixth, and those sheep are very close for me. I think those are the pattern sheep in the class. Really comfortable in terms of their structure and design. They lay their blade in real nice at a nice angle. They balance up nice down their top. They hit the ground really nice as we put them into motion. This one's just got a notch more width, a notch more mass to him than the one we do land in sixth. A real tight pair. If you would, let's show appreciation to the young people for bringing us a nice heavyweight division of South Downs.
A good class over here on the goat side as we move into our heavyweight division, and top six out here that are awfully good. Some nice ones along the rail as we've seen all day, and some good goats had to exit the ring, and that makes it tough on a judge, but you got to call it like you see it and line them up like you think they should be. And the one thing that's fairly easy for me is this class winner. I don't think he's one that you look at and he just wows you anywhere, but that one's really hard to poke holes in. He balances up extremely good. He's very smooth down his top. He gets out and he's very fluid in motion. And then compared to some of those below him, I think he just
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
his loin. I think he's probably just a shade deeper when you really measure him from the point of his shoulder to the base of his chest in comparison to her class winner, but still a nice built one that's square and functional. Got a lot of good things going for him. This one that comes next, tall-shouldered, extended. That's his biggest advantage in this particular class is just how long-necked he is, how tall and nifty he is through his front one-third. We need to change that one a little bit in the way he transitions from his loin into his hip, but more importantly, like the two in front of him, I'd like to just pick his tail head up and make him longer and more correct about his hip and rump. The one that comes next, man, that one's got a really good touch. Young lady does a good job of getting him stuck. He's lean for a bigger, more mature goat, and he's really shapely in his muscle down his top. But he's one of those we talked about earlier in the day that's probably just a notch longer body than he needs to be for his own good. I think if we could shorten him up from flank to flank, that would strengthen his top line and just make him blend and flow just a little smoother like those ahead, but a powerful one there that's very fresh, very firm in the way he handles. Really cool looking one comes there in 5. That's one of the prettier ones when you just step back and study him from the side view. His chest is up in him good, lines are good, feet and leg angles are right. That one just needs to be wider from the ground up. He gets out powered, and even though I prefer his leanness and his touch a little better than some of them ahead of him, just got to put a little more muscle on that one, skeleton, to move him up. One that rounds out our top 6 has that extra shape of muscle, but along with that young man, he's just a little softer in the way he handles, a little more mature in his look and his touch. But, man, that's a good one from a feet and legs standpoint, balances up and gives you a nice look from the side as well. Again, nice class. Please give all these kids a hand if you will.
Okay, we are ready for our South Down breed drive on the lamb side. From Class 7, first place was Madison Taylor, Mansfield FFA. And second place was Haven Creel, Young County 4-H. From Class 8, first place was Collins Clem, New Home FFA. And second place was Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. From Class 9, first place was Jordan Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. And second place was Kaysen Wooten, Madison County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our South Down exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 11 goat results. 10th place, Paisley Book, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Hutto Livestock. 9th, Court Neville's, Axtell FFA. 8th, Ashland Sursa, Wheeler County 4-H. 7th, Carter Williams, Lorena FFA. 6th, Daniel Goss, Splendora FFA. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Showgoats. 5th, Kellen Embry, Hayes County 4-H. 4th, Bristol Wright, Boys Ranch FFA. 3rd, McKinley Hell, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Breeder is Rocky Creek Showgoats. 2nd, Michael Guston, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Breeder is Stork Livestock. And our class winner was Rayleigh Childs, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Tinkler Livestock. Congratulations.
Well, again, you come to Texas and you expect to see good South Downs, and I think the expectations were met, and I think they're well above what I expected today. The 6 that we get out here in the Grand Drive, I think, are really, really nice, and they represent what I want to find in a South Down, in a market lamb. I think they're all good on their feet and legs. I think they balance up nice. They're fresh to the touch. They have muscularity to them. Sheep that are very attractive. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the South Down exhibitors, and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Our champion South Down goes to Collins Clem, New Home FFA. And Reserve South Down goes to Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Again, we will now take a 30-minute lunch break on the lamb side. We will start back with Class 10 Dorpers after the lunch break.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 8 South Down results. 10th place, Knox Padgett, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Padgett Club Lambs. 9th, Kenneth Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. Class 9 results on South Downs. 10th place, Clarissa Rangel, D'Hanis FFA. 9th, Sealy Broyles, Mason FFA. Breeder is Flanagan Stoltz, South Downs. 8th, Chloe Hood, Crosby FFA. Breeder is Harbor Livestock. 7th, Hanson Eilers, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Eilers Show Lambs. They will receive the 750 from TLBA. 6th, Baron Mitchell, Wellington FFA. 5th, Evie Calhoun, DeLeon FFA. Breeder is Fritz South Downs. Evie will also receive the 750 from TLBA. 4th, Taylor West, San Patricio County 4-H. 3rd, Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs. 2nd, Kason Wooten, Madison County 4-H. And first place was Jordan Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. Class 12 results. 10th place, Brady Allen, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Breeder is Lacopa Showgoats. 9th, Emmy Schwartz, Glasscock County 4-H. 8th, Chaz Cunningham, Montgomery County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 7th, Gentry Morgan, Liberty County 4-H. 6th, Waylon Epley, New Home FFA. Breeder is Epley Showgoats. 5th, Emily Bynum, West Rusk FFA. 4th, Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 3rd, Benjamin Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 2nd, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. And 1st place, Bailey Skinner, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Richardson Livestock. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors.
Another really good class as we continue on through our heavyweight division, and still some nice ones in here that have some youthfulness still to their front ends for this weight and maturity we're getting to, but thought a really nice class. This one that leads off is one that does so pretty handily for me. I think that's one that does a lot of good things. It gives you an awesome look from the side, and that young lady does a great job of getting that one stuck, but it's not all her. That's a good goat that props up and looks the part. Feet and legs are on point on that one. I think for a bigger one, still extended, neat enough about his neck and shoulder, but his body type, his progression from forerib to flanks, really good. And then you handle that one, I think lean enough for one this size, and certainly got the right kind of squareness and shape about him. This one, it comes in second, props up and looks a lot like him. Same kind of length of body, same kind of elevation and height up front, like those things about him. A little bit frailer in his bone work. If we could stouten him up just a little bit, it makes that decision a lot tougher for me because, man, your goat handles with some shape, some squareness, some expression, still lean enough for a big one. He just needs to be a little bit stouter. One that comes next probably is a little bit stouter, but along with that extra stoutness, he's just a little more bunched up in his overall body length. He's not as neat and attractive to look at through his front end and his neck. He's a little bolder-shouldered, but a little thicker and crestier about his neck. I wish we could just change that about him and lengthen him just a notch because I think he would rival those top two if we could do that. Very stout, very good handling. The one that comes in 4, really fresh to the touch. He's got a neat skin texture about him. Maybe doesn't wow you anywhere like some of these ahead just in his overall look, but still balances up pretty well, handles with enough shape. Like to make that one just a little bit wider as he gets out and goes away from me. The one that comes next is a little bit wider in that regard, but then a little bit plainer looking from the side view. Even though he's big-barreled, he's big-ribbed, we need to strengthen that one in his top line, put a shot more shape down his back. Same thing can be said about our 6th-place goat. Squares up as far as feet and legs goes, offers some extension. Smooth that one up a little bit right there through the base of his chest. Change him just a little bit in the way he transitions from the point of his shoulder into his top, and we could move him up a spot or two as well. Good class. Please give them all a hand.
Class 13 GOAT results. 10th place, Madison Elrod, Rotan FFA. Breeder is Elrod Farms. 9th, Braden Becker, B County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 8th, Ashlyn Hunter, Liberty Hill FFA. 7th, Tanner Hawes, Falls City FFA. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 6th, Conley Martin, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Hutto Livestock. 5th, Kendall Serber, Pecos County 4-H. 4th, Sage Schwerz, D'Hanis FFA. 3rd, Savannah Elizondo, Travis County 4-H. Breeder is Richardson Livestock. 2nd, Cotton West, San Patricio County 4-H. And first place, Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Richardson Livestock. Congratulations. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors.
Another good class, and we're getting on up there in weight and maturity, but still some youthful-looking ones up here at the top of the class. And I think for this particular weight range, still okay in terms of condition. There's some of them handled just a little softer than some of those we've seen throughout the day, but still kind of put things together and surface to the top. That's an awfully good one to me that wins the class. Just fresher about his body type. He's fresher and more opened up down his top, especially the way he hooks from his loin into his hip as we compare him to those two directly below him. Just like his added squareness, I like his added flexibility off both ends. That's a big-chested one. It's got a good turn to his rib. Trim him up a little bit if you want to get picky on that one, but he's an awful nice one, in my opinion. The one that comes in second follows that.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Four rib to flank is tremendous in him. For me to make him rival our top two, I need to change him on his rear legs. He wants to get outside himself just a little bit at times, and then probably not truly as stout-footed and big-boned as those two ahead of him, but still awfully nice-looking one there. That's presented very well. The one that comes next, a little different type, a little smaller statured than the one right ahead of him, but really opened up through his chest and through his center body. Just a little rougher when we get him out and put him in motion. He's more opened up in the point of his shoulder, doesn't transition from his shoulder into his forerib or into his rack quite as smooth as the ones ahead of him. Same story on that next one in line. The young lady does a great job of getting him propped up and makes him look the part, but when we turn him loose, he wants to get just a little bit softer spined, break just a little bit right behind his shoulders. Then a nice one rounds out our class. It's just fundamentally good livestock. He's big-ribbed. He's good on his feet and legs. Maybe not quite as flashy to look at from the side view as some of these ahead. Some nice ones over here along the rail as well, and a good set had to exit the gate. But if you guys would, please give them all a hand. Great class to work through.
Class 14 results. 10th place, Avery Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Showgoats. 9th, Caden Hoffman, Wilson County 4-H. 8th, Kylie Vogler, Caldwell FFA. 7th, Bodie Altum, Springtown FFA. Breeder is Rockin' CS Showgoats. 6th, Cassidy Westbrook, Hill County 4-H. 5th, Taylon Toch, Gillespie County 4-H. 4th, Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Showgoats. 3rd, Reagan Blanton, Mansfield FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 2nd, Carson Kirksey, Troy FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. And first place was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Thanks to go to exhibitors as they exit the ring. Thank you, Lamb exhibitors.
Really good class to finish out our heavyweight division, and a little more maturity in this class as we work our way through it. Some of those that exited just a little more mature and looser about their structure up through their front 1/3. Some of them carrying a little more condition, but I thought a really nice set to have out here in the center of the ring and talk about. That one that leads the class off, he did so pretty early on for me, and that's one of the stoutest footed, biggest legged ones we've seen today. But even for a big one, I mean, he still balances up well. His front end presence is really good. And that one I think is lean enough for a bigger goat. Sure handles with some squareness, some shape down his top. He's flexible. He's good off both ends. I thought a really nice place to start. The one in second, of course, was the one that pushed him the hardest. And his biggest asset is when the young lady's got him like she does right now. That thing looks the part. He's tall-shouldered. He's extended. Balances up well from his forerib to his flank. He's a little finer in his structure than the one that leads off, and then when you study him in his transition from his loin into his hip, probably not quite as edgy and big and square in the way he hooks up, but still one that's presented very well. Really good one comes here next, and his bone structure and forearm shape and front end assembly looks a lot more like the one at the front of the class versus the one in second, but that one's a little softer touching. He doesn't blend from the point of his blade or the point of his shoulder and his blade into his rack quite as smooth and quite as neat as those two ahead. Still a good one here for this weight and size. Young lady's got a really stout, powerful one there. It comes four. He's as big ribbed as any of them. He's big bodied. He's got lots of muscle from his last rib back. I need to change that one through his rack just a little bit. Wants to be just a little flatter, a little plainer. Probably got just a little more breast and shoulder in him than a couple ahead. Real stout one comes there next just in terms of being wide made from the ground up. That thing's big-chested. He's big-bodied. Again, one of those we'd like to lean up just a little bit for this particular weight and size and maybe change him just a little bit the way he transitions down his top. Another nice one comes there in 6. He's lean enough, I think, for a big one. Maybe not quite as much sheer shape down his top. Maybe not quite as good on his feet and legs as some ahead. But again, good goats out here in our top 6. Some very nice ones along the rail as well. Please give them all a hand if you would.
At this time, I will announce our GOAT showmanship winners. Receiving the buckle is going to be exhibitor Carson Kirksey, receiving the GOAT showmanship buckle. And then receiving reserve showman will receive jackets, and there's 3 of them in no particular order. The 3 reserve showmanship winners are Hannah Duke, Shelby Joe Walker, and Kylie Vogler. All of these exhibitors can see Wanda behind the goat scales for information regarding their prizes. Congratulations. 13, first place was Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Class 14, first place was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Class 15, first place, Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. Class 11, second place, Michael Gustin, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Second place from Class 12, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. Class 13, second place, Cotton West, San Patricio County 4-H. Class 14, second place, Carson Kirksey, Troy FFA. And Class 15, second place, Brooke McDonald, Wilson County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our Division III exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, we get back from lunch, and I'm glad I didn't eat too heavy because I don't want to be in a food coma when I come into this class. We've got a lot of power as we come up into the top 11 of these sheep, and we go all the way from everything that's left in the ring, very competitive. The one that I choose to win the division with is that's one has got everything coming together in him. He's tall-fronted. He lays nice into his blade. He balances up nice down his top. A sheep that's good on his feet and legs. And then he also brings you that extra benefit of handle, muscularity, and mass. That one's a real nice one for me to land at the top of the class. I think he'll be fun to see in our champion drive after our next division. The one that we have in second, again, this one comes in and follows a lot of the same things as what our class winner does. He's really powerful down his top. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He's good on his feet and legs. Where he falls shy of that one that wins the division, maybe not as tall-fronted, maybe not as just youthful and tucked up in his chest as what that one that wins the division, but really, really good in terms of power, mass, muscularity, and design. The black-headed goat, lamb that we have in third, that one's one, when he first hits the ring, I thought, boy, we got a place to go. It's going to be a good division. This one's great from the side view profile. When the young lady gets that one presented, he's right in these lines. He ties his neck up high in his shoulder, a sheep that lays nice down into his blade of his shoulder, and then balances up very nice from end to end. When you get to studying, breaking some things apart in him, he maybe gets a notch rounder off of his hip than those top two and maybe doesn't handle his back hock as nice as those top two, but that is one really good goat in a very, very competitive class. The next one that we have in division, again, when we talk muscularity in these guys, we don't run out of gas all the way to the end of them. These next two are very muscular down their top. They're fresh to the touch. They're right over their forerib. When we get to study him, this one that's in fourth brings us a little extra length aside in relationship to maybe some of them above him, but sometimes that comes at a disadvantage for him because he wants to just get a little off in his top as we put him into motion, as we stand him there, but that one handles very nice and a lot of good things about him. Again, the one that we round the top five off with, very muscular down his top. I love how square he comes out of his hip, how he hits off of his back hock. A real nice set of lambs in this division. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, a really good division over here on the goat side, and it seems like we made it through them pretty quick, but a good set of goats out here in all these heavyweight classes, good ones that back them up there on the second part of the line. But I think you could go out here and do some different things and certainly justify it because they're all good. And they all have some pieces and parts that make them unique perhaps to the others. There is a pair of them out here that suit me just a notch better. And really when you get out here and study them on the set, when we get them in motion, I think there's two that, although a little bit different in type and kind of surface to the top. One of them's way good looking, but he's still stout, balances up good. And we've got another one that's really stout. And as I talked to him in class, I think he's probably one of the biggest footed, just stoutest made ones we've seen all day. So those are the two we'll land on. If you guys would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all the kids in the heavyweight division.
Our Division III champion is Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. And reserve is Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. Congratulations. We do need our division champions and reserves for the Goats for our final drive. Class 15 results. 10th place, Jesse Weaver, Crawford FFA. 9th, Audrey Cup, Comal County 4-H, breeder is Flock Livestock. 8th, Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H, breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 7th, Brooklyn Howell, Smithson Valley FFA. 6th, Kinsey Woody, Anderson County 4-H. 5th, Carly Parrott, Hawkins FFA, breeder is Lacopa Show Goats. 4th, Paisley Akins, Grayson County 4-H, breeder is Lacopa Show Goats. 3rd, Johnson Wise, Brown County 4-H, breeder is Hoffman Livestock. 2nd was Brooke McDonald, Wilson County 4-H, breeder is Blue Team Weathers. And 1st place, Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Okay, we are ready for our final drive in the Market Goat Show. Our Division I champion was Cooper Evans, 16 years old from Burnett, Texas, member of Burnett County 4-H. Cooper wants to study law, play baseball, and hopefully Texas A&M. Enjoys playing baseball, showing sheep and goats, and playing football. Our Division II champion was Rylan Miller, 10 years old from Seagraves, Texas, member of Denver City FFA. Rylan wants to attend Texas Tech University. She enjoys showing sheep and goats. Our Division III champion was Holden Wise, 14 years old from Brownwood, Texas, a member of Brown County 4-H. She wants to do something in the medical field. She enjoys getting to do what she loves with the people that mean the most. Our Division I reserve champion was McKenna Cowley, 13 years old from Amarillo, Texas, member of Randall County 4-H. McKenna enjoys eating a good meal later today. Favorite hobby is gaslighting her brother. Our Division II reserve champion was Aubrey LeClaire, 14 years old from Lufkin, Texas. Aubrey's a member of Central FFA. Wants to study ag communications at Oklahoma State University and continue breeding high-quality goats. Favorite hobbies are showing livestock and playing softball. And then our Division III reserve champion is Graham Newsom from Olton, Texas, member of Hale County 4-H. Graham's not sure yet what he wants to do. He enjoys playing sports, showing sheep and goats, and hanging out with friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a great set of goats and a great set of kids. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Well, it's certainly been a fun day for me. This is my first Texas Major Goat Show that I've been able to judge, and really appreciate the opportunity. Not sure who was responsible for getting me down here, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity. Judging livestock and working with young people is kind of what I spent my whole life doing, and certainly fun to do that. And I say this every time I judge in Texas, but this is my favorite place to come and judge livestock, and not only because of the good animals you get to see, but because of the outstanding young people. And that's certainly been evident today. All you parents, all you educators and 4-H leaders, be extremely proud of who you brought. I showed livestock, my kids did. I know at the end of the day or at the end of a class, you're not always happy with the results and how things turn out. But keep things in perspective. Remember what this project is about and what it's for, and be ever so proud of your young people. Not one to make lots of speeches, but one thing I would like to say is, regardless of how you placed today, how you did, Hopefully you can feel like I gave your animal a shot. I looked at them, I handled them, I gave them an opportunity, and I never want to cheat a kid out of anything. I want to give them all a chance to show me what they got, and hopefully you feel like I did that. Again, it's been my honor to be here and work with the young people. There's a pair of them out here that hit me extremely hard, and it's not because they look identical. They each have their pieces and parts that they bring to the table that makes them unique, and that's what makes it fun when you get a champion drive like this put together. So, with those things said, if you guys would, not just for the 6 out here in the ring right now, but for all the kids that participated today, please give them a big round of applause. Excellent set of young people.
Our grand champion market goat goes to Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. And reserve grand goes to Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 10 Dorper results. 10th place, Hallie Moore, Utopia FFA. 9th, Cadence Maldonado, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep. 8th, Robert Bedwell, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder was R.M. White Dorpers. 7th, Isabel Hospital, Vista Ridge FFA. 6th, Sydney Curry, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was SDS River Bend Farm. 5th, Lila Graham, Blanco County 4-H. 4th, Cole Zapalak, Wise County 4-H. Breeder was Jade Livestock. 3rd, Presley Ferris, Blanco FFA. Breeder is Feed My Sheep Ranch Company. 2nd, Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. And our class winner was Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. Breeder was J&J Livestock. Cole Zapalak and Sydney Curry will receive the $750 from TLBA.
Well, again, we get into a really, really tough division, and I think from top to bottom with the ones that we have left in the ring are very, very competitive. The one that hits me the best is the young lady's lamb. This one's fresh to the touch. This one's youthful in his look and appearance. He's right in terms of his design and balance for me. I like how tall he ties up into his neck and his shoulder, and he lifts up into a youthful chest. And then he comes into a great big explosive top, and he's wide from stifle to stifle. That one's everything I want to see in a Dorper. He's fresh. He's nice to the touch. He's balanced up very correctly. A real, real good place to start. I think the young man's lamb that comes into second pushes him a great deal. He's really muscular down his top and out of his hip and from stifle to stifle. When we start to break him apart, he's maybe just a little more mature through his front end, and that's being real critical of one that's really, really good. That one's robust in his rib. He's robust in his body, and boy, he excites you when you get your hands on him. One that's really nice in terms of pattern and design is that one that we land in third with. That one's probably as nice fronted as any we've seen in this division and gives you that side view silhouette that's really correct, and he's balanced up on his feet and legs. He just doesn't come with the curvature of body, that width and expansion that those two do at the top of the class, but just a beautiful sheep to land there in third, and just love a lot of things about him. Get into this fourth and fifth place, and that you get a little nip and tuck on where your preferences lie. I'm going to go ahead and use the sheep that I think most closely follows that top trio in terms of muscularity and shape of body and curvature of body and just pure stoutness. That one is really, really nice to the touch. Where he falls shy of those top three, he wants to get just a little heavier in just the base of his chest up in through his breast. If I could just clean him up there a little bit, we'd push on those a little harder. One that hits you and strikes you very well when he comes into the ring is the young lady sheep. She just does a tremendous job presenting him. That one's tall-fronted, he's long-sided, but when you start to break him apart and analyze him, he's not as robust in his forerib, he's not as explosive right out of his rack, but balanced design. A lot of good things about that sheep in terms of his feet and legs, length of side, length and extension of front end. A real good class. Let's give these young people a big round of applause.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Okay, we are ready for our Dorper Breed Drive. From Class 10, first place was Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. And second place was Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. From Class 11, first place was Kyler Keeter, Comanche FFA. And second place was Hadley Johnson, Medina County 4-H. Folks, let's give our Dorper exhibitors a big round of applause.
When we come back into this Dorper division, I think we've got 4 out here that are very nice. In fact, I would say that my expectations of the Dorper division have exceeded what I expected to come in. I think there were a lot of good ones that we sent back into the barn that could stand a lot of competition. I think the 4 that are out here are really nice. When you get them out here and you put them all as a group and you say, hey, those are sheep that are fresh in their design. They're fresh in the way they're made. They've got some curvature to their body. They're all wide when you look at them as they go and come from you. There's one out here that he comes better in terms of his angles and his lines for me and balances up a little nicer. If you would, let's go ahead and put our hands together. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Our champion Dorper goes to Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. And reserve goes to Kyler Keeter, Comanche FFA. Congratulations. Two lambs were missing on the validation tag, 668816 and 683441.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
9th, Cord Matkin, Kendall County 4-H, Breeders Kelly Hair Sheep. 8th, Kendall Keeter, Comanche FFA. Breeders Kelly Hair Sheep. 7th, Reagan Blanton, Mansfield FFA, Breeders Kelly Hair Sheep. 6th, Bailey Skinner, Bell County 4-H, Breeders Kelly Hair Sheep. 5th, Addison Edwards, Coryell County 4-H, Breeders Kelly Hair Sheep. 4th, Brody Raider, Gillespie County 4-H, Breeders Raider Ranch. 3rd, Reed Schultze, Kendall County 4-H, Breeders Kelly Hair Sheep. 2nd, Hadley Johnson, Medina County 4-H, Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep. And first place was Kyler Keeter, Comanche FFA, Breeder was Kelly Hair Sheep. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please.
Well, we get in the medium wools and we kind of switch gears from breeds to breeds, and it takes me a little time to get adapted to where we're headed. The one that I'm going to use to win a division, he's the one that I kind of latch on to, and as he comes into the ring, and I really like him a great deal. That one's youthful up to his front end. He's the longer fronted, the most up fronted one. A sheep that's very fresh to the touch. I like the feet and legs on this guy and the balance and the design that he brings to me. And you know, it's one of those things. If you guys, some of you might say that you'd like him to be a little thicker. That sheep's thick enough for me. When you get to study him, he's got some rack shape, some athletic look to him. He's got that extra expression out of his rack. He comes into a big, fresh loin. He's wide from stifle to stifle. Again, like the balance and design on him. It gets a little more challenging to me when we get to second and third. I think, you know, it comes down to which sheep follows our class winner the closest, and I think the one that we put in second does. He's really elevated up to his front end, lays that blade in angle to his shoulder really good, balances up out of his top and square out of his hip. I like him on his feet and legs. Structure, design, and pattern is where he gets into that second hole for me. Won't ever argue with anybody if you say, maybe that one needs a little more mass to him, and that's why he's not in the first hole. The one that is in the first hole, he's got the mass, got the balance, got the design. That one's got the design. He's got the touch. He's got enough muscle for me. If I could, I'd give him just a shot more. That's where I come into the one in third. I really like the way this one in third touches about as good as anything as we've had in the class. He's explosive out of his rack and out of his loin. He does come with these problems, however. When we get him into motion, that guy maybe doesn't handle his hock as nice as I'd like for him to. He's a little shorter and rounder out of his hip, and that's where I put him in third. But that one is very, very muscular. He got a great shape and curvature to his body. He's stout in his bones, stout in his foot. That's a good sheep to be standing in third with two really good ones at the top. The next one we have in division, again, muscularity and mass is something that shines through on this guy. I really like how he comes out of his rack and out into his hip and hits that ground off of his rear hock, where he falls shy of the ones that are in front of him. He gets a little more mature through his front end. Maybe doesn't lay that angularity into his shoulders nice, doesn't tie his neck as high up into his shoulder, but that sheep is really, really good in terms of touch and muscularity. The young man's lamb that rounds the top five, that's another one. Really appreciate the way this one touches, the way he handles down his top, the expression out of his rack and his hip. Maybe just gets a little plainer through his front end, but a real nice sheep. And as we go down the line, you can tell I pulled a lot of lambs in this division. I think it ran really deep. If you would, let's show the young people our appreciation for a good first division or medium wolves.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Results from Class 12. 10th place, Holly Moore, Deer Park FFA. 9th, Mason Hart, Hale County 4-H. 8th, Maddie Francis, Briscoe County 4-H. 7th, Braylon Brandenberger, McCullough County 4-H, breeder of Silver's Livestock. 6th, Mason Quinn, Kaufman FFA. 5th, Braxton Anderson, Splendora FFA. 4th, Sophia Garcia, Zapata County 4-H. 3rd, Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. 2nd, Harper Ice, Ariane FFA, breeder of Neff Livestock. And first place was Corbin Nelson, Wellman Union FFA. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Well, hey, I think that's a pretty competitive class. And when you get one up there and you guys like him, you need to applaud for him and show your appreciation for him. I know you guys go through an exercise every year, and these majors are big time, and they're hard to win. And if you win with class, by gosh, you ought to be excited about it. Congratulations, young man. I think both these sheep at the top of the class are really, really good, and they're close. I mean, when you get to breaking them apart and analyze them, muscle and mass is not where they split apart for me. These both are good, complete sheep. The reason the young man's lamb wins is he's more angular through his front end. He's fresher through his front end. I like how the sheep comes out in terms of his chest, floor to flank. He's fresher and more youthful in his appearance. That's why the guy wins this division. When we come into the one in second, that is one good sheep, young lady, that you got there in that division. He comes out with a great deal of power out of his rack, out of his loin. He's fresh to the touch. As we get to just measuring those little bitty things, he gets a little deeper, more mature through his shoulder, a sheep that just gets just a little coarser in his look in relationship to the one that wins the division. I tell you one that's real interesting to me is the one that comes into third. That sheep is as complete, nice made as any in the division. I like the pattern and like the design of this guy. He handles nice in terms of muscularity and width. Where he falls shy is he just gets a little softer in his forerib. He gets a little more advanced in his condition and cover. If that sheep was just a hair fresher in his condition, a little harder in his touch, that guy might have just won this division. That's a great trio that we have in this top end of this class. The young lady that comes in next, the one that has the dark spot on his hip and his leg, we come back and I find that one, and we don't have him pulled as early as we do some of these others in the division. But when he gets out there, he's very striking when we get him on the side view profile. That sheep is square out of his hip. He's stout off of his feet and legs. He's got a big foot, big bone. Handles tremendous down his top. He's wide from stifle to stifle. Where he falls shy of that top trio, he gets a little deeper and bolder through the front one-third of his body, a little more mature through the front one-third of his body, and that's why I land him in the fourth position. I tell you, the sheep that I thought we were going to run with is the one that we have in 5. That guy, when he hits the ring and he gives you that side view profile, he's as striking as any you want to bring into the ring. He's tucked up in his chest floor. He ties up high in his neck and his shoulder. He balances in his top. That one is nice in terms of a side view profile. He's one you'd like to take your picture with. Where he falls shy for me is when I get in front of him and I get behind him. When I get in front of him, he's not opened up enough in his chest. And what concerns me as I see him walking away is he wants to turn his hock in too much for me as we get him into motion. But boys, I'm going to tell you what. If you can bring me one that's muscular enough and wide enough and gives me that side of a side view profile, you better watch out. That's a good sheep when you look at him from the side. Again, the one young man here that rounds up our sales sheep in the sixth position, that's another good pattern, good-footed, good-legged one that's nice out of his hip. He just gets a little straighter off of both ends. Guys, let's show our appreciation for a real nice class.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Class 13 results. 10th place, Molly Harris, Adelu FFA. 9th, Fallon Hedfelt, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder was Neff Livestock. Fallon will also receive the $750 from TLBA. 8th, Wyatt Hawes, B County 4-H. 7th, Flora Appleton, McCullough County 4-H. 6th, Nash Sanders, Randall County 4-H. 5th, Colton Jones, Ellis County 4-H. Breeder was Candace Jones. 4th, Brooke McDonald, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Jet Livestock. 3rd, Abby Stroman, Lavernia FFA. 2nd, Quincy Rains, Hayes County 4-H. And first place was Keegan Flowers, Friendship FFA. Breeder was Miller Hampshires. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Well, this might be the most challenging class that I've had for the decisions I've had to make all day. I think you get these top four out here, and I'm not going to argue a whole lot if we shuffle them up a lot of different ways. I've had these sheep, the top four in here from top first, all of them up in first for different reasons. I'll tell you why I've done what I've done. I'm going to use the sheep that's the freshest in his appearance for me. He's the nicest chested one, a sheep that's explosive down his top. I like how he comes out of his hip. He lands on his rear hock. That sheep handles tremendous, tremendous, tremendous. If I don't come in front of this sheep and look at him, I'm going to run that one and just soar to the top with him. Where I find a little bit of a problem with him is that sheep wants to splay out a bit off of his front toe for me, and he wants to close up at his knee a little bit. But as we study the rest of them, I've got a flaw in each one of them. If I could change them, I could run and just get right after him. To take that's a good sheep, and he's going to be in contention as we get further in the day. He just falls into a lot of competitive ones, and you've got to pick the flaws, and you've got to do that. If you want to argue that that's one thing you just couldn't live with, I couldn't argue that. But I think that one gives us the most flexibility as he moves around the ring. He gives us the most balance. He's the freshest handling one. He's expressive down his top, comes into a great big hip. I like him a great deal. The one that stands in second, that one's probably a little stouter boned, a little stouter footed. He comes out and he's explosive out of his top. He handles tremendous down his top and all the way across. That sheep gets a little straight off of both ends for me. And the reason why I walked him so much is I want to get out here and see how he goes. I want to just see if he'd just give me a little more ease and flex to him. And where he falls shy that I just couldn't get him into that top spot is when you get behind him, he wants to flip his hock out just ever so slightly when we get him on the move. If I could get him to take a little more stable stride off of his back leg, he'd be sitting in the front hole today. That's an awfully, awfully, awfully good sheep. The one that we have in third, I think he's a lot like the one that we have in second. He handles very nice to the touch. He balances up very nice. He maybe just gets a little plainer through his front end, maybe just slightly gets a little deeper in terms of chest to flank, but that's a really good sheep, and he pushes our top pair real hard. The one that we have in fourth, that is a good handling dude, a guy that's really fresh in his appearance. He's fresh in his design. I like him a good deal, and when we get him on the move and from the side view profile, I like him a bunch. But when I get in front and behind him, he's the one that's the narrower gauged one as we study him from his base up. That guy, if I could make him wider at his chest floor, I could spread him apart as he moves away from me and comes to me, we'll get him up to the front. As I said, I think that is one good set of top four here. You can shuffle them whatever way you want, and you can talk them whatever way you want. I put my preferences on that one. A big, stout, round-bodied one is the one that we have in five. That one's muscular, massive. That one's got a great touch to him. He's the more mature one of the class. He's the one that's the most advanced in terms of his condition and cover. That's why he falls in the five hole for me. A real good balance, the real nice design ones, the dark one that we round the sail off with. He comes down his top very nice. He comes out of his hip really, really nice. Sheep just gets a little straighter off of his hock, one that really gives you that silhouette and that look. A great set of sheep, a great set of sheep down here. Let's give them a big round of applause and show our appreciation.
Class 14 results. 10th place, Lane Holman, Brown County 4-H. Breeder was Kelly Hairsheep. 9th, Blaze Smith, Plano FFA. 8th, Addison Williams, Eastland FFA. Breeder was Frey's Show Lambs. 7th, Kelson Robertson, Idalou FFA. Breeder was R Bar Livestock. 6th, Avery Rawson, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder was Newsom Livestock. 5th, Kashner Arnold, Waller County 4-H. 4th, Maverick Rule, Brown County 4-H. 3rd, Brendan Kennedy, Leon County 4-H. 2nd, Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. And our class winner was Chloe Clem, New Home FFA. Congratulations. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, hey, the water's getting deep out here, and these last few classes have been really good, and this is one of them that really hits me hard. The sheep that comes out here, the top 3 lambs that come out here in this division, I think are really good. The one that I'm going to use to win the class, I think a sheep that balances up very nice. He's good on his feet and legs. I like the way he comes out and presents himself as we put him into motion around the ring. You get in front of him, you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint you. Every angle hits you real hard. That one opens up at his base at the ground. He's one that's spread apart at his chest, but yet he gives you that angularity and that look of balance as we put him on the side. That one's really nice. I like him a great deal. Young lady, you come in and you just hit the wrong class because you come in the one before, you're going to win that division. I play my cards here a little bit, but you don't know what's going to come next. That is a nice sheep. Tall-fronted, good made, nice balance, good. He's on his feet and legs. He's stout-footed, stout-legged. He's good out of his hip. Just doesn't have that extra shot of just ruggedness and just pulled apart power that one does to win this division. The one that we have in third, another real good pattern one. He's elevated up through his front end. He's nice through his chest floor, ties his neck up high into his shoulder. Sheep that just balances up so nice down his top and out of his hip. That one's just ever so slightly doesn't have the muscularity and mass that the two in front of him does. The next lamb, again, balance and design. You talk about one that's tall-fronted. He's a tall-fronted one and comes with a great deal of stoutness of bone and just a good body. When you get underneath him and you get to studying him and put him in comparison to 3 in front of him, he just closes up just a little bit more than what those 3 do, and that's why he falls into the 4th position. The next lamb that we have in division, another one. Again, you bring him into another division, he's going to come up and he's going to float toward the top end of this deal. That one handles nice down his top. He's good out of his hip. That one just gets a little frailer at his foot and his bone work in relationship to the ones above him. One that's really big and stout is the one we end the sale with, and that's one that he comes out of his hip very square. I like the way he comes off of his rear hock. He maybe gets a little more mature through his front end of his relationship of the top 5, but sheep that's got a lot of good to him, a lot of balance, a lot of product to him. Let's show our appreciation for a real nice class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
8th, Grayson Williams, McCullough County 4-H. 7th, Grayson Newsom, Hale County 4-H. 6th, Zachary Casas, Huffman FFA. 5th, Peyton Fortner, Aubrey FFA. Breeder was Jackson Show Lambs. 4th, Miles Henrick, Tahoka FFA. 3rd, Mackenzie Rule, Brown County 4-H. 2nd, Adeline Fee, Lake Travis FFA. And first place was Carson Noisy, Comal County 4-H. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, they keep bringing them to me in groups that I like a great deal, and I can group these up, and I think just an excellent set of top 6 sales sheep that we have to represent this division. The one that comes out and wins this class, he's the most comfortable, and he's designed for me. As we study him as they move around the ring, he's as structurally sound as any of them, and then he gives you that unique handle and comes out, and he's got that dimension, that body dimension and curvature to him. One that's pulled apart, and he's got some width at his chest, some width at his base. That one really balances up very nice. That one's going to be a fun one to look at as we get further in the day. The one that we have in second, I think, pushes our guy that wins the division real well. And where he does that is when we have him in motion around the ring. That one's comfortable on his feet and legs. He maneuvers around the ring. He ties his neck up high into his shoulder, lays his blade right into him. He's maybe not as fresh to the touch as what our class winner is, but I think that's one unique specimen there to come in second to a real good one. The one that we have in third, he's one that when we compare him at the side view profile and we just have him stand still, that one's going to press those two that are at the top of the class. He gives you that silhouette. He gives you that look from the side view profile. You like him a great deal. He's stout from the ground up. He handles tremendous. When he gets into motion is where he falls shy of our top 2. Maybe not as comfortable in his stride for me. Maybe hits the ground just a little harder, and that's being real critical on one. That's an awfully nice sheep to be in the third position. We get into the one that lands number 4. This one is as muscular as anything in the class. He handles with as much expression and dimension of rack, shape, and loin. He comes into a great big hip. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He definitely, when we put him into motion, the guy wants to get a little too straight out of his hock, and he wants just to get a little dry right at his flank. But that is one tremendous sheep, one sheep that's got a lot of product to him. A lamb that I put down, didn't get pulled as early in the division, is the one that we have in 5. I like the pattern and the design of this guy, and as you saw, I pushed him up there toward the front end. I like the pattern design. I like the handle, like the touch of him. But when we start comparing him to the top 4 and we study him from the ground up, that one's not as stout in his features. He's not as stout in his base. But that one's really nice in terms of his profile, his design, and his look. A real rugged, stout one is the one we round off the sale with. That is a big-footed, big, stout, boned one, a sheep that handles with a tremendous amount of top to him. He just gets a little vertical on both ends. Just like to give him a little more cushion there, and we could drive him up further in the class. That is a tremendous set of sheep. Let's give him a big round of applause. It'll be fun to see him later in the day.
Class 16 results. 10th place, Clara Caudell, Bernie FFA. 9th, Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th, Kinsley Cody, Florence FFA. 7th, Lacey Matney, Lavernia FFA. 6th, Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. 5th, Cooper Edwards, Sudan FFA. 4th, Cotton West, San Patricio County 4-H. 3rd, Cade Schaffner, Martin Mills FFA. 2nd was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. And first place was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. The third place in this class, class 17, will be the random that needs to go to testing. So if you get third in class 17, then you will need to go to the testing area, and we will need a parent or advisor for that exhibitor. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please. If y'all can help us out, if you're standing on the rail, find a seat so people sitting in the stands can see. That would be much appreciated. Again, we need a parent or advisor of the third place exhibitor for the random test to come to the show ring.
And as I said, you're bringing them in swarms to me as they come in groups of sheep that really come together very nice, and they match up nice for me. the young lady's lamb that wins this division. I think he's the most complete the way I see him. I think that one's as fresh as any of them in here. He's tall-fronted, he's nice, and he's balanced, and he's designed. He's stout from the ground up. And then when you start studying these angles and lines, that's what I like about him and love the handle that one has. You come into the blue sheep, and that one I think is very similar. Maybe doesn't have as much give and flex as what our class winner does, but that one's got that body shape, the curvature to the center part of his body. He balances up down his top, out of his hip, a sheep that's wide from stifle to stifle. He's stout from the ground up. Real complete, really nice, and he's balanced. That's a nice pair to start this division off with. The lamb that we have next, another one, in terms of silhouette, when we get him set up, he's very similar to what they are. He's tall-fronted. He gives you that extra shot of length and extension. And then when you get your hands on him, you just gets more positive because he opens up with a great deal of athleticism and width down his top, an expression of muscle down his top. That one maybe gets just a little straighter in terms of his hock and his knee is what that top pair does, but a sheep that's really, really good. One that's just a hair out of place for me is the one that we put into fourth. I like this sheep a whole lot. That sheep is really nice in his balance and his design. He handles very nice. But when we get to studying him, he's maybe just a little shorter fronted. He's a little deeper through his front end, a little more conventional in his frame size in relation to those that are in the top trio. That's a nice sheep, though. The lamb that we have next, another one. You love the pattern and the design of this guy. I love the flexibility and ease that he gets out here. He's similar to the one that we have in sixth. They want to close up just a little bit for me at the base, but boy, they are good pattern, good made sheep. You take this sheep to a lot of places in the country, and you're going to get along really, really good. You just fell into some deep water today, a real nice one. Again, this light-headed one, that was one that when he hits the ring, he strikes you very well. He's tall-fronted, he's long-bodied, he balances up nice, he's nice on his feet and legs. But when you get to studying him and you get to those elite ones that we have up toward the top, he's just a hair frailer boned. He's a little more closed up than what those are at the top end, but that is one elite specimen. Guys, that's a good set of 6 sheep. Let's give him a big round of applause for bringing us a tremendous set.
Class 17 results. 10th place, Kylie Kerr, Live Oak County 4-H. 9th, Sagan Kalarick, Eastland FFA. 8th, Isabella Weiss, Tilden FFA. 7th, Audrey Carr, Randall County 4-H. 6th, Isabella Stroder, Tom Bean FFA. 5th, Dawson Lott, Louise FFA. 4th, Johnson Wise, Brown County 4-H. 3rd, Kylie Altum, Springtown FFA. 2nd was Kellen Embry, Hayes County 4-H. And first place, Avery Russell, Zephyr FFA. Congratulations. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Well, like I said, if you've got your favorites and they win a division or they're in the top 6, show your appreciation, because it's hard to do that here, and it's hard to do it in all these majors. The young ladies' lamb's the one I choose to win the division with. I think that one is the most balanced in his design. He's the most structurally correct. He's the one that comes together for me. That's a tall-fronted sheep that's fresh in his look and fresh in his handle. He comes out with a great deal of mass down his top. He's square out of his hip. He's comfortable on his feet and legs. A real nice place for me to start. The one that we have in second, I think he comes in and he matches our class winner as much as anything in the class. That is an up-fronted, nice balanced sheep. Balances nice down his top, square out of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. That one's fresh when we get to this stage and this size in the game. That's a good pair to put at the top of the class. Real proud of those guys, and the young people have done a tremendous job. The lamb that we have in third, another really good sheep, one that's elite. You know, I told you that you guys have been coming in swarms, and I appreciate that. This is a sheep that handles nice to the touch. He handles nice and fresh down his top over his forerib. He comes with the things that he is not as elite as what those top 2 are. He gets a little deeper through his front 1/3. He gets a little plainer in his hip, a little straighter off his rear hock, and that's why I land him in the 3rd position. But a real elite sheep for a real good class. The next lamb that we have in division's a sheep that I appreciate a great deal, and I studied this guy for a long time. When you get beside him and you look at him and you study the front end in this guy and how he ties his neck into his shoulder and lays his blade into him, you like that a bunch. That one's comfortable as we move him around the ring. But when you start studying base width, you start studying foundation in this one, he's maybe just not as stout. He's maybe not pulled apart like those top 3 are. I'd like to just make him a little bolder through the center part of his body, give him a little more forearm to get up in there with those animals at the top of the class. The next one we have, this one's one we pushed up further as we went up into the class. I like the body shape to this one. I like the way this one balances down his top, out of his hip. A sheep that's stout in his bone work, but he gets a little straighter off of both ends for me. I'd like to see him hit the ground with a little more ease and cushion as we move him around the ring, but that is a good-looking sheep, a good sheep that gives us a good silhouette, a sheep that's got a lot of muscularity to him. The lamb that we round off the sale with, this is one that comes with a great deal of power and mass. He's as explosive as any of them that we have in the division. A sheep that's just not as comfortable in his movement as what those top 5 are. Let's give the young people a big round of applause for bringing us a tremendous set. Look forward to seeing those in the Grand Drive.
Class 18 results. 10th place, Leighton Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. 9th, Grant Gonzalez, Agriculture, Science, and Technology. 8th, Dylan Shedd, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 7th, Landry Ferguson, Meadow FFA. Breeder was H3 Livestock. 6th, Maylee Zimmerman, Zavala County 4-H. 5th, Claire Graves, Munster FFA. 4th, Case Jones, Ellis County 4-H. 3rd, Landry Lane, Parker County 4-H. 2nd, Tyson Hicks, Comanche County 4-H. And first place was London Watson, Blooming Grove FFA. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
we get in this division and get in this heavy class. As you noticed, I pulled a lot of sheep to begin with. This is an awfully stout heavyweight division. And one thing I've learned about coming to Texas, you better keep together the whole way through because you're never going to let up. And I appreciate that from you. You young people do a tremendous job. And like I said, I want to be on your team because you never quit fighting all the way to the end. That one that wins this division is a really nice sheep at this stage of the game. That one's fresh to the touch. He opens up in his heart. He opens up at his base. A sheep that balances up nice out of his top and down his hip. Good on his feet and legs. He's stout from the ground up. A real nice one to win this heavy division. The one that we have in second, I think real similar to the one that wins this class. Maybe not as fresh in terms of his shoulder and his chest plate, but when you get into him, that sheep balances nice down his top. He comes square out of his hip. He hits the ground good. And then when you get your hands on him, he sure doesn't disappoint you. That one spreads apart good. He handles nice down his top. He's wide from stifle to stifle. Really nice. The one that's in third is one that's real interesting. That guy is a brute in terms of muscularity, in terms of athleticism. He is massive down his top. He's expressive down his top. He comes into a great big old expressive hip. With that expression comes a little disadvantage to him because he is so massive that he gets a little round and coarse in his look. But that sheep, in terms of just carcass, in terms of putting him in the cooler, that one's really good. Maybe just like to make him a little more angular in his lines to get him into that top pair. The one that we have coming next, another real good pattern one. And I know I've put some of these good pattern ones in here and talk about them. I love good pattern sheep. I like good pattern sheep. He is one of them. That one handles nice down his top. He's right in the right rig in terms of condition for this stage of the game. But when we get up there with them monsters that are in the top trio, he doesn't get pulled apart enough in his chest, at his base width. I'd like to give him just a little more curvature to his body. You can take him up and take him a little north of here and take him to a lot of state fairs and things. That one's going to excel. The one that comes in next, another real attractive one that's tall-fronted, really nice through the front 1/3 of his body. I just love the youthfulness that guy has. But when he gets back in the back 1/3 of his body, he runs out of steam a little bit from stifle to stifle. Pattern and look and design, though, feet and legs, a tremendous sheep. The one that we round off our sale with, he is one that comes with a little extra power. He's one that's explosive down his top. He's one that comes into a great big stifle and hip. But when we study him in relationship to the 5 above him, maybe gets just a little straighter off his rear hock, hits the ground a little straighter off his front end. But body-wise, that's sure a really nice sheep. The blue one, I didn't talk to the young lady about him. I really like this sheep, a big, stout, boned one that just is, I'd like to give him a little more fluid movement to him as we push him around the ring. That is one tremendous heavyweight set of medium wools. Please show your appreciation for a great class.
Okay, we are ready for our medium wool drive. Starting with Class 12, first place was Corbin Nelson, Wellman Union FFA. And second was Harper Ice, Ariane FFA. In Class 13, first place was Keegan Flowers, Friendship FFA. And second was Quincy Rains, Hayes County 4-H. Class 14, first place was Chloe Clem, New Home FFA. Second place was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. Out of Class 15, first place, Carson Noisy, Comal County 4-H. Second place was Adeline Fee, Lake Travis FFA. From Class 16, first place was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. And second was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Class 17, first place was Avery Russell, Zephyr FFA. Second was Kellen Embry, Hayes County 4-H. Class 18, first place was London Watson, Blooming Grove FFA. And second was Tyson Hicks, Comanche County 4-H. And in Class 19, first place was Briar Spies, Hockley County 4-H. And second place was Sutton Machaki, Sealy FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all our medium wool exhibitors a big round of applause. Give you the Class 19 results. 10th place was Haskell Hortz, Early FFA. 9th was Henry Slaw, Tarrant County 4-H. 8th, Wyatt Ballard, Parker County 4-H. 7th, Brindley Cody, Florence FFA. 6th was Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. 5th, Huston Hortz, Early FFA. Breeder was Fraze Show Lambs. 4th, Michael Heinrich, Tahoka FFA. 3rd, Emily Bynum, West Rusk FFA. Breeder was Chad Walker Livestock. 2nd was Sutton Machaki, Sealy FFA. And first place was Briar Spies, Hockley County 4-H. We will need a parent or advisor to the holding area or to the arena for the champion and reserve medium wool for DNA.
Well, it's been a tremendous day, and we're gonna pick this champion in reserve in this division, and then we've got an awfully nice set of champions and reserves coming from the other breeds, and we're gonna get them out here and evaluate where we're gonna go at the end. But I tell you, this division has just been tremendous. We get the 8 on this front row out here, and I'm just excited that I could stand behind any of them and call them our champion. And then we get the seconds out here, and I think they push them really, really hard. The 2 that I'm going to use, I think, are the 2 that just hit me, and they hit me how fresh they are and how fresh they handle. They're sheep that have got a big forearm to them. They're sheep that are structurally sound. They're sheep that are massive. They're fresh to the touch. Just a lot of things that I've talked about today. Love the balance, love the design of them. Guys, I can't say enough about this medium wool division. These kids have done a tremendous job. There's a lot of kids that went back in the barn today have done a tremendous job. You have all showed your appreciation for all these class winners today. Let's show it to them now. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve.
Our champion medium wool goes to Carson Noisy, Comal County 4-H. In reserve goes to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Congratulations. We will get rolling into our final drive here shortly. In between, I'm going to go ahead and announce our showmanship winner for our market lambs. If they are still in the barn, they can come up here to the ring for information on their award. That showmanship winner of the Tommy Dodd Memorial Scholarship and showmanship winner, it goes to Miles Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Congratulations to Miles, and like I said, if they are in the barn, they can come up here, or that information will be gotten from them later.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Okay, we are ready for our final drive in our Rodeo Austin Market Lamb Show. Okay, we're going to start with our champion fine wool, exhibited by Rayleigh Lynn Zapalak, 11 years old, from Rome, Texas, member of Wise County 4-H. Rayleigh wants to go to Texas Tech and then vet school. She enjoys raising and showing sheep. Our reserve champion fine wool was exhibited by Trevin Houston, 17 years old, from Sanderson, Texas, member of Terrell County 4-H. Trevin wants to attend Angelo State University and major in Ag Ed. He enjoys golf and being at the sheep barn with his sisters. Our champion fine wool cross was exhibited by Reagan Eade, 8 years old, from Uvalde, Texas, member of Kinney County 4-H. Reagan wants to attend Texas A&M. She enjoys showing sheep and playing volleyball. Our reserve champion fine wool cross was exhibited by Jacqueline Ray, 17 years old, from Fredericksburg, Texas, member of Fredericksburg FFA. Jacqueline wants to study business at the University of Alabama. She enjoys showing lambs, competition cheer, and baking. Our champion Southdown was shown by Collins Clem, 9.5 years old, from New Home, Texas, a member of New Home FFA. Colin wants to attend Texas Tech University. She enjoys showing sheep, playing basketball, and deer hunting with her dad. Our reserve champion Southdown was brought to us by Emma Osborne, 16 years old, from Llano, Texas. Emma is a member of Llano County 4-H. She wants to attend Texas A&M University. Her favorite hobby is showing sheep. Our champion Dorper was exhibited by Blake Burns, 16 years old, from Eastland, Texas. Blake's a member of Eastland FFA, wants to attend Tarleton and continue being involved in the livestock industry. He enjoys evaluating stock and doing anything in the barn. Our reserve champion Dorper was exhibited by Kyler Keeter, 9 years old, from Comanche, Texas, member of Comanche FFA. Kyler wants to attend Texas A&M, enjoys doing all sports and showing sheep. Our champion medium wool was exhibited by Carson Noisy, 18 years old, from New Braunfels, Texas, member of Comal County 4-H. Carson wants to attend Blinn for livestock judging and major in animal science. He enjoys picking and sorting through sheep with his dad. Our reserve champion medium wool was exhibited by Reagan Miller, 13 years old, from Seagraves, Texas. Reagan's a member of Denver City FFA. She wants to be an EMT and go to Texas Tech University, and obviously she enjoys showing livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an awesome set of market lambs and an awesome set of kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, guys, I could stay here and look at them all day. I'm very happy with what we've done today and how the sheep have kind of sorted themselves out. Everybody's just done a tremendous job. Just to say a little bit about the sheep out here, I think when we get them out, I think for me, they come in and they look like they've got the same types and pieces. They're youthful in their look. They're fresh to the touch. They're good on their feet and legs. I think, they all bring those extras to them in each one of their divisions. Again, you guys have been so supportive. Let's give a big round of applause for the young people that are in the ring and the young people that left the ring. Guys, I'm probably not the guy to give you a profound speech and tell you all my philosophies in life and everything like that. But I tell you, you guys are so lucky to have such a program that you have. And, it's just like in life, everything starts at the foundation and builds it up. You guys have got extension and these stock shows and these major shows. That builds the foundation. You got good people that are around you. And you want to know why the kids are so good is because the people that are guiding you are so good. And I understand there's been a lot of emotions, good, and there's, that cheering part of it, I love it. I wish you guys would do that for every kid that comes in here and do that. And I mean it. It's hard to win one of these classes, hard to win one of these divisions. I want you to show your appreciation to them. Guys, it's about building the foundation. If you guys go out and you keep the drive, it is your spirit. I can just feel the spirit in here, the competitive spirit that you have. If you guys will keep that, each and every one of you that have been through the ring, you're going to be successful. You guys are the ones that we need as we go into the future, that have got those basics. You've got those fundamentals. You've built the strengths that you've built through this program. Guys, I've rambled enough. I do want to say one thing. Thank you. It's an honor anytime that I get to judge a show. And I don't know how I ever got put to that level where I could do it, and I appreciate it. I want to thank my wife for traveling with me. She makes it a lot more fun when we go out and do this. So thank you, Carol, for coming with me. It's been a great day. I'm going to select your champion in reserve. Thank you.
Our grand champion lamb goes to Carson Noisy, Comal County 4-H. And reserve grand goes to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.